Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to today's class number 3 of governance. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let everyone join the class and then we will begin. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Bharadwaj, yes, you can. Good morning. Okay, there are a few questions. I'll just quickly take those up. Hariom is saying, I have a few doubts. Number one, challenges to judiciary under RTI. We discussed the challenge. Judiciary already has a lot of pending cases, so RTI will only increase their burden. Second challenge we had discussed, there is no clarity what kind of questions can be asked. OSA challenges, again, challenges with respect to OSA. OSA law is being misused not to give information by the government from the RTI. And also it is being misused because government can randomly decide what is secret information, what is not secret information. Hand holding exercise about first charter means when there is a government department that is making its first ever charter, they should be held by the experts. That is called hand holding exercise. And last one, bureaucratic mindset. Bureaucratic mindset means the people working in the government, working at the bureaucratic level, they themselves do not want to introduce reforms because it will just increase their workload. Good morning. Chaitanya Singh, we said, talking about RTI in Supreme Courts, we said nobody is talking about RTI in Supreme Court, but in March, Supreme Court directed all high courts to set up online RTI portals. No, Chaitanya, I did not say that. I just said Supreme Court has refused to interfere in the working of the Central Information Commission. That is the only thing that we had said. Good morning, everyone. Perfect. So I hope all of you are doing good. Today is class number 3 of governance. For any reason, if you could not attend any of the first two classes, the first class or the second class, or if you left out any part because maybe you slept in between, you dozed off, for whatever reason, please make sure you at least see the recorded version. The entire point of giving you the recording is so that you actually, at the end of the day, use that. Just in case you were not able to see any of the classes, please make sure that you are able to watch the recording because that is the only way that you will be on track. Now, we had been discussing some things. In the first class, we had discussed in detail about the RTI law, if you remember. In the second class, that was yesterday, we discussed in detail about the Citizen Charter and the CAG. There were some parts of the CAG. We will discuss those and then we will go ahead from what we have for today. So let's quickly revise once again. We started with Citizens Charter. I told you what is Citizens Charter. It is nothing but commitment, promises made by the government department to the people who are coming to take their services. Post office, even banks, government departments who offer services to the people. All of these make certain promises that what kind of services do we offer, in what time period will the service be given, how will the service be provided, etc. All that is a part of the Citizens Charter. The idea is very simple. The idea is to empower the citizens. Empower the citizens how? Because when the citizens know that they can trust the government service, they can trust the service to be provided within a specific time period, it will just empower the citizens. This was an example of the Citizens Charter. The first one that I gave you was about the college. The history of Citizens Charter, how across the world, Citizens Charter began in UK 1991. In India, the experiment started in 1997, where some banks were chosen to implement Citizen Starter. Right now, the responsibility to implement Citizen Starter across the government departments is of DARPG. DARPG here stands for Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Hariom, I would really request you to watch the recorded version because we did explain this in detail yesterday. Then we also discuss how Citizen Charter do not have any legal backing. The problem is there is not any law that says if Citizen Charter are not followed, what can you do about it? That is the single biggest problem of Citizen Charter. Even if they are not followed, there's nothing really that any citizen can do about it. You can't really go to the court against that as well because there's no law about it. There's a website of the Citizen Charter. If you want, you can go and visit. You can see Citizen Charter of multiple organizations, multiple departments over there. The website also tells you the history of Citizen Charter and what are the important principles of a Citizen Charter. However, we'll focus more on the Indian part of the Citizen Charter. Indian Citizen Charter usually has these kind of elements. We discuss about these. Also, because there is no law on the Citizen Charter, it is not necessary that every Citizen Charter will have all of these. Some citizen charter may have half of these. Some citizen charter may have something else also. Some citizen charter may not have this. So it really depends on which organization is making a citizen charter. Since there is no legal backing, since it does not have a law about it, it is not necessary that we will have a citizen charter like the same in every single department. Then I showed you one more example of citizen charter. This was a citizen charter of Department of Higher Education that works under Ministry of Education. I told you you don't have to remember these citizen charters or what is written inside of it. You just have to understand the idea of citizen charter. This was citizen charter that has the vision, mission, who are the people who can take their services, what are the services that they offer, the timeline of the services, grievance redressal, where can you go and complain. Also, what are the expectations from the citizens when they file for any inquiry? And this was last reviewed in April 2020. We also discussed about the problems in the citizen charter system. First big problem of bureaucratic mindset. That is, the people themselves working in the government do not want to implement this because it will just increase their workload. Limited consultation, meaning that only a few people are consulted before making the charter. No penal provisions, there is no penalty for not implementing it. And most citizens are not really aware about what is a citizen's charter. Then, lack of incentives for people who follow the charter. Many departments have delayed forming a charter or they have not made the charter at all. Most charters don't have special provisions for senior citizens, disabled, etc., to help them out. Then review and update has been very poor. Many departments, even though they would have made the charter many years back, they don't update it, they just forget about it. Not enough powers have been given to implement the citizens charter, meaning that if there's an officer who is not implementing the citizens charter, there is no action that can be taken mostly. Many citizens charters have also technical jargons, means complex words are written. Many citizen charters have complex words, complex phrases. That also does not really serve the purpose. We also discussed how the government of India itself, 5 years after the charter was implemented, had conducted a study. In 2002 2003, a study was conducted by the government of India to understand the problems in India's citizens charter. These were the outcomes. No consultative process has been followed. Service providers, people working in the government department themselves don't know what citizen charter. No publicity has been done, people don't know, and no funds have been given to raise awareness as well. Then we discussed the recommendation given by the second ARC to have better consultation, commit only what you can deliver. One size does not fit all means having different citizen charters for different departments. They also suggested changing internal processes, internal structures to make the government departments more adequate to handle all these challenges. Also have a proper redressal mechanism means a proper idea of a proper solution of how exactly can you file for a complaint, periodic evaluation, meaning that with every few months, every few years, you should make changes in the charter when something new comes up. Hold the officers accountable. If the officers are not doing their job properly, they also have to be questioned. Then there are also suggestions, hand holding exercise for the first charter. If there's a government department making their first ever charter, experts should help them out, generate more awareness amongst the people, and also bring a change in the attitude of the public service. Means, unless people working in the government department themselves want to give better services to the citizens, no citizen charter will make any difference. So rather than just making laws time and time again, we should also make sure that the people working in the public services, there is a change in their attitude as well. Then other suggestions were incentivize those who are doing a good job, replicate the best practice. So if there's a government department which is doing very well in implementing citizen charter, follow the same kind of practice other departments, make the other departments learn from that, and use a simplified language for your citizens charter. Then we discussed some previous year questions that have been asked. Sevottam model, that is Seva plus Uttam, excellence in service delivery. This Sevottam model again was something suggested by the second ARC, Second Administrative Reforms Commission. Sevottam model has these three components: citizen charter, grievance redressal, service delivery capability. Means in simple terms, if the government has to ensure excellence in service delivery as per second ARC, the government should ensure these three things: that there should be citizen charter, there should be a proper grievance redressal, and there should be service delivery capability. Then we took some test questions. Then we started our discussion about the CAG, the Comptroller and the Auditor General of India. I had discussed how Indian CAG, the idea has been taken from Britain, but even then, Indian and British CAG are different. I gave you two differences. First big difference, in Britain, he also has the job of a comptroller. Who is a comptroller? As I said earlier, comptroller is a person who controls the government finances. In simple terms, in Britain, the government of Britain cannot spend even one single rupee without the permission of the CAG. In India, that is not the case. In India, the CAG cannot stop the government from spending any money. The second part, in Britain, CAG is a member of the cabinet. Is a member of the cabinet. So he's kind of a minister only. In India, that is not true. In India, number one, CAG cannot stop the government from spending any money. And number two, CAG is an independent constitutional office. In India, CAG only audits. So the work of the CAG starts only after the government has already spent the money and not before the government has spent the money. We discuss how, sorry, we discuss how apart from the CAG, there are other ways as well in which accountability is ensured. We have the Lokpal, we have the Lok Ayog, all of these will be discussed later on. The people also can hold the government accountable through elections. Then we started a discussion about the CAG, how is independence ensured, their removal is difficult in the same manner as a Supreme Court judge, their salary cannot be reduced, they are not eligible for further reappointment, their salary is a charge expenditure. Again, charge expenditure means that their salary is not voted upon by the parliament. Their salary is fixed and they will get the salary automatically when the date arrives. The IAAS officers, Indian Audit and Accounts Service officers who work for the CAG, their service conditions, their working conditions are prescribed by the President of India only on the advice of the CAG. Then we discuss about the tenure, it is 6 years, retirement age is 65. The salary that they get is almost the same as the Supreme Court judges. Functions include auditing all the government accounts not just at the center, but government accounts at the state government level as well. They also audit the accounts of most government companies, PSUs, etc. They audit the account of government stocks, stores, whatever physical asset that the government buys. All of these are audited by the CAG. Then we also discussed how they advise the union and the state governments how to maintain their records. They audit the PSU, that is public sector undertakings, and CAG also provides net proceeds certificate to the government of India. Net proceeds means net income certificate. So if the government claims that they earned X amount of money last year, it can only be regarded as final or official if the CAG says or gives the certificate, not without that. There are other functions also of the CAG. He advises the Finance Commission about the status of the state government's finances. CAG acts very closely with the Public Account Committee, that is the PAC. That is why the PAC is called as a friend, philosopher, and guide of the CAG. We have different types of reports given by the CAG. As I told you, appropriate account report is about government expenditure. Then we discuss about finance account, that is about the government's revenue or government's earning. Public sector undertakings, as you can suggest by the name, the report is about government companies and their records. These are the different types of reports. These reports are given by the CAG to the President of India, and the President then gives it to the Parliament for discussion. Then we discuss about relationship between the CAG and the Public Account Committee as well. Some of the reforms suggested by former CAG, Mr. Vinod Rai. First, he suggested that public-private partnership projects should also be audited by the CAG. Panchayats should also be audited by the CAG. That has not been done so far. He also suggested that the CAG Act of 1971, that gives the powers to the CAG, should give more powers. Appointment of CAG is also a problem. As you know, there is no committee that appoints a CAG. The government just randomly gives a name to the president, and the president has to appoint that person. The suggestion was we should have a collegium, means a kind of a committee to make sure that the appointment of CAG is done in a much better manner. Then there were some previous year questions that we had discussed yesterday. Then we moved on to some examples of how different CAGs after their appointment have been controversial. I gave an example of both the Congress government and the BJP government. We discussed how when in 2013, Mr. Shashikant Sharma was appointed as a CAG, many people filed a PIL in the Supreme Court that this should not have been done. After that, in the past few years, we have seen number of CAG reports have also come down considerably. Many CAG reports have been delayed and they have also come down. Then I gave an example of 2017 when former Home Secretary of India, Mr. Rajiv Maharishi, was appointed as a CAG. Again, many people protested against it that government should not appoint an IAS officer, but the government did not listen to them. The present GSC or present CAG, Mr. GC Murmu, he again is a person considered very, very close to the government of India. Then we discussed about the ex CAG Vinod Rai's case. How when he was a CAG became very famous. He gave a lot of reports about different scams. He even made certain claims in the media where claims were found to be false. Later on, he even had to apologize. That has lowered the prestige of the office of the CAG. All these are the issues that have lowered the prestige of the CAG. This was a question that I gave you as the homework. Not sure how many of you have actually written that or tried to write the answer. This was a question for your homework, question that was asked in 2018. It says, Comptroller and Auditor General has a very vital role to play. Explain how this is reflected in the method and terms of his appointment, as well as the range of powers he can exercise. So, basically, this question is very simple. It is about the role of the CAG. You have to tell about the appointment process and you have to tell about the powers that he has. I'm sure you would be able to write the answers just based on whatever we have discussed. In the PPT, you will have the powers of the CAG, powers, functions, basically kind of the same thing. What does the CAG do? The auditing part, and also the appointment process, which has been at the center of a lot of controversy. You can write, despite different demands, despite several demands, the government does not want to let go of their power to appoint the CAG, because CAG is such an important office. Although there have been recommendations given by various committees to change the process, but that has not happened so far. And this is where we had left yesterday. So this was our very quick revision. This is from where we will be starting now. Okay, let me quickly take up one or two comments, then I'll go ahead. Sugun is saying, CAG must submit the report, sir, after every financial year, but you said number of reports have come down. So, Sugun, number of reports have come down, meaning that CAG gives a lot of reports. They don't just give one report on government finances. They will give multiple reports. For example, let's say there's a government project. Let's say they bought the Rafales. So they might give a report on Rafales also. They might give a report on some other government expenditure. So there's not just one single report that is given. One report is for the government finances, that is compulsory, but apart from the other reports, there are reports on different government schemes, there are reports on different government expenditure. All of those reports actually come in. Perfect. Abhijit is saying, can we say that legal backing of Citizen Charter will ensure better services? Absolutely. When you have something as a legal backing, obviously people will take it more seriously. As a government servant, when you know if you don't follow the law, you can be held accountable in the court, obviously you will do it more seriously. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. If you're standing on the traffic light, the law is if you jump the traffic light, if you move ahead in the red light, you will be punished. But if there was no law, then who would stop? Look at it this way, right? You're the traffic light. If there's no punishment for moving ahead, no one will stop. As simple as that. You only stop or abide by the law because there's a legal backing. You know that you will be punished. You know that there will be a fine imposed on you. As simple as that. That is how it works. Anyways, let's come back. So now the last part that remains, this is where we had left yesterday. The last part that remains is about the types of audits that are conducted by the CAG. What are different audits that the CAG does? Now, the first audit or the first type of audit that they do is called the compliance audit. What do you mean by the compliance audit? In simple terms, let's assume the government of India asks the parliament that we want 500 crore rupees to build a new building. That new building can be for anything, parliament building or new houses or whatever. The government asked the parliament in the budget that give us 500 crore rupees for a new building. The CAG will check whether this money was used for building only or something else. The CAG will check whether this money was used to build a building or something else entirely. This is called compliance audit, to check whether the money was spent for the correct activity or not, whether this money was reused or misused somewhere else. This is called compliance audit. Simple. Then the second one that we have is called financial audit. Financial audit means the CAG will make sure that in the maintenance of the records, how the government is maintaining the records, are there any problems with that? How have you maintained the records? Have you maintained them in the proper manner or not? Or there is some mistake in the maintenance of the records? This is called financial audit. Again, first one was compliance audit. Compliance audit was simple. Whether the government has actually spent the money for the purpose that they had asked the money for, or has it been spent for some other purpose. Second, financial audit is the second one. They will check whether the accounts, the transactions that are recorded in the correct manner or not, or whether you have not correctly entered the transaction in the financial records. This is the second one. Third is performance audit. Performance audit means, let's take a simple idea. Let's say the government of India again takes 500 crore rupees to build a building. At the end of 2 years, the government has spent 500 crore rupees. CAG says, okay, show me the building. Which building have you made? Government just shows them a 2 BHK flat. That see, this is the flat we have made for 500 crore rupees. Now, do you think, is it right or there is something wrong there? There has to be something wrong there. You can't just say that we build a 2 BHK flat for 500 crore rupees. You might have spent all that money, financial records are also fine. But if your financial targets do not correlate with the physical targets, that is called performance audit. Performance audit in simple terms means whether your money, the money that you spent, the amount of money that you spent, actually resulted in the kind of physical infrastructure that it should have. If your 500 crore, if your 100 crore, 1000 crore is only making you one room or two rooms or three rooms, that means there is some problem there. This is called performance audit. So in the report, the CAG also writes about this. They don't just see whether money was spent corruptly or money was spent legally. They also see whether the money that was spent resulted in good enough infrastructure or not. Whether the money that was spent actually gave us physical target that we were hoping for or not. Then the next one. Next is called efficiency audit. What is efficiency audit? Efficiency audit basically means whether the government was efficient in spending the money or not. Let's take a very simple example. Let's take a very simple example. Um, let's assume that when you have to buy an air conditioner, let's take a simple example. Let's say you have to buy an AC. What do you usually do? Either you go to Amazon, Flipkart, etc., or you go to these electronic shops, you ask for the price, and then you get the best price possible. Let us assume you had to buy an AC. You went to Amazon, you added all the coupon codes, discount codes, etc. In the end, you got an AC for rupees 40,000. In the end, you got an AC for rupees 40,000. However, when the government buys an AC, now take it from the side of the government. Let's say government is planning to buy an AC. Government has to buy 500 ACs. Do you think the government should buy 500 AC at the same cost at which I am buying one single AC? Do you think the government should also have the same? If the government also buys 500 AC at 40,000 only, then what is the purpose of being the government? It's obvious that when you buy something in a much larger quantity, when you buy something in much larger numbers, obviously you should get a better deal, right? When you go to a shopkeeper, what do you say? That, okay, I will buy 10 of these. Now tell me the best price. I'll buy 100 of these. Tell me the best price. So if the government is buying 500 ACs at the same cost as the cost of one AC, this is not efficient. This is inefficient. If you buy at the same cost, this is inefficient. This is not corruption as such. But as a government, you should have negotiated more. You should have used your money better. This is called efficiency audit. Whether the government used the money in the perfect manner or not. Because see, you bargain because it is your own money. I go and bargain in the shop because I know for a fact that it is my hard-earned money. The government doesn't bargain because it is not their money, it is the taxpayers' money. So government will just give the money without even bargaining. This is what the CAG sees. Whether the government spent the money efficiently or whether the government did not spend the money efficiently. This is called the efficiency audit. It may not always be a corruption. It may just be that the government is not doing the job properly. It is just that the government is not trying to save money. This is called efficiency audit. Then comes the most important and the most debatable audit. Now listen to this very carefully. The most important and the most widely debated audit is called proprietary audit. Now listen to this very, very carefully. What do you mean by proprietary audit? Proprietary audit means CAG also tells in the report whether the government should have spent the money or there was no need to spend the money. Let me repeat. The CAG also tells whether there was a need to spend the money or there was absolutely no need to spend the money. I'll give you an example. Let's assume the same thing. Government built a new parliament building, right? Let's just make an assumption that parliament was built by the government only, not any private company. Let's assume this for a moment. That government built a new parliament building entirely by the government, and the government said that we spent 10,000 crore rupees for making the new parliament building. CAG in the report will say or may say that there was no need to build a new parliament building. There was no need to spend any money. You should have continued with the old parliament building. You are just wasting money. This is called proprietary audit. Proprietary audit means, was the expenditure required? Was the expenditure even needed? Why did you spend the money? There was no need to spend the money. This is called proprietary audit. Now, this is the most controversial one. This is the most debated one. Now, why? Listen to this very carefully. At the end of the day, India is a democracy. Democracy means the government's decisions are the decisions of those who have been chosen by the people. If you, me, we voted to elect a government, it is that government that decides what to do with people's money. CAG cannot say what the government should have done the money or should have done with money, should not have done with money. CAG should audit, that is fine. But many people say CAG should not have the power to tell the government what to do with the money and what not to do with the money. This is not their job. Now, I'll give you an example. Many people believe, tell me this, for example, if the government tomorrow decides that we will spend 100 crore rupees to build a statue, any random statue, do you think government should do this or do you think government should not do this? If the government tomorrow decides that we will spend 100 crore rupees to build a statue, do you think the government should do this, government should not do this? Okay. Mostly people are saying government should not do that. That is what people mostly are saying. Okay, should not do. So basically, most of you would say that the government should not spend the money on statue, rather spend it on any government scheme or better scheme that will help people, right? Now, this is where the issue starts. The government that has been elected by the people has control over the public finances, so they decide how to spend the money. Let me give you an example here. Let me give you an example so that you can actually understand. So, and this is a few years back, so I'll take you a few years back to an example. A few years back in UP, Akhilesh Yadav used to be the chief minister. So before Yogi Adityanath became the chief minister, Akhilesh Yadav was the chief minister in UP. When he was a chief minister, what he did was, in Lucknow being the capital of UP, in Lucknow, outside the Lucknow railway station, it is called the Charbagh station, outside the Lucknow railway station, the government built a fountain. The government built a fountain. It was a pretty beautiful fountain. I don't remember the cost of it. It was something in crores, a few crores of rupees were spent to build a beautiful fountain. Now, there was an interview where he was asked this exact question that I'm asking to you. In the interview, he was asked this question that, let's assume you spent 5 crore. Again, I'm not sure of the entire amount. Let's assume it was 5 crore. So what happened was, he was asked a question in the interview that, Mr. Yadav, do you think government should have used or spent or wasted 5 crore rupees to build this fountain? The government could have used this money in something else also, providing food to people, etc., etc., all of this. Now you tell me, what would your answer be? Is it right or wrong for the government to build statue? Again, I don't remember the exact price, but it was something in the crores only. Do you think government was right in building the statue or fountain or not? The government should have built it, should not have built it. Okay. Okay. A lot of people saying it's wrong, etc., etc. Okay. Now let me tell you his answer. Let me tell you his answer, and then you tell me right or wrong. Okay. Let me tell you what his answer was. So what he said, when you go on a tour, let's say you visit Singapore, let's say you go to Dubai, let's say you go to Switzerland, what do you do? The one thing that you do is you go to Dubai, you go to Singapore, you click photos, right? You click photos in front of their fountain, you click photos in front of the Burj Khalifa, you click photos in with tigers in your hand, you are feeding the tiger and then you click photos, right? That is what you do. So what he said was, those who can afford to travel, they go outside and they click the photos. My poor people who can't travel, who can't go outside, they also have the right to do the same. They also have the right that they should also go to a place, click a photo, feel happy that, see, I went to a good place. So if I made a fountain for people to come and see, enjoy, let's say, be there, a click photo, think that they are visiting some place like tourism without spending much money, why do you think I have done a wrong thing? That is what his argument was. Again, I'm not saying right or wrong, but that was his argument. Another side to think about it. You may say still this is wrong, but you may say that this is not wrong in the other way. Also, please remember one other thing. Uh, your argument, or many people give this argument that, see, we are a poor country, we should spend all the money to feed the poor people, we should spend all the money to feed the poor people. But understand, for any country to go ahead, feeding the poor people only is not the important thing. Apart from feeding the poor people, apart from helping the poor people or helping everyone, there are other things also that any country, any society needs to do. Now, the question again comes back to this. Does the CAG or should the CAG have the authority to tell the government that no, you should not have spent this money, that yes, you should have spent the money? So, proprietary audit is a big debate of whether CAG, that is not an elected body, no, people have not voted for the CAG, whether they should have the powers to decide how the government money should be spent, or an elected government who has been chosen by the people, whether they should have the power to decide. So far, this proprietary audit continues. CAG does write in the report whether government should have done this, should not have done this, etc. But again, it doesn't really lead to anyone's punishment. The CAG, for example, might say in the report government should not have spent that money. That will not have any impact on the government as such. It might just lead to criticism of the government, but it would not really impact the working of the government as such. These are the different types of audits that the CAG does. Now, a lot of you slept in between. A lot of you have been asking me to repeat the audit, so I'll quickly repeat all the audits because I'm sure a lot of you dozed off in between. So let me quickly tell you what the audits are once again. Listen to this very carefully. If you still don't understand, see the recorded version. First audit that I told you was the compliance audit. Compliance audit means if the government takes 500 crore rupees from the budget, says that we are building a parliament building or anything, are they really using that money for that or not? Are they actually using this money officially for that purpose or not? Are they complying with it? That is called compliance audit. Second is financial audit. Financial audit means how the government records have been kept. Has the government been maintaining the records properly, or is there some fault in the records? Are they trying to mismanage the records, or the numbers are correct or not? This is on the books. That is financial audit. Then we have performance audit. If the government has spent 500 crore rupees on building a bridge, let's say building a road, then if for 500 crore you have built a road that is this large, only this, then there is no point of spending the 500 crore rupees, right? If you are building 500 crore or spending 500 crore, you might as well have something in return. But if you build just one room, two room, and say I have spent 500 crore already, then there is some problem. That is called performance audit. And in the end, sorry, one more, then there's efficiency audit. Whether the government could have been more efficient, whether the government could have actually gone ahead and gotten the same thing at a lower price than they did. That is also part of the CAG report. It is called efficiency audit. Was the government efficient enough, mindful enough before spending the money? In the end, The most debated, the most controversial one is a proprietary audit. Proprietary audit means the CAG says whether or not the expenditure should have been done. If the expenditure should not have been done, CAG would say no. If the expenditure was done, then you can say yes. That is how the proprietary audit is. These are the different types of audit that the CAG usually performs. Now, as we discussed yesterday as well, CAG is an extremely important office. CAG is a constitutional authority, an authority that is given the responsibility to hold the government accountable, to make sure that whatever the government does, all these things are as per the law, to make sure that when government comes to power, they don't just start misusing the money. Now, why is this important? Why is this important? Now, let's try and understand this. So, basically, if you actually see, when you are in the government, there is a very interesting way in which the people work. Let's take a very simple example. This is very similar to what is happening in case of Pakistan. See, when you are the government, let's say you are the prime minister of the country, you went to the World Bank and you told the World Bank, please give me a loan. I want to build India's infrastructure. Please give me a loan of 50,000 crore dollars. Okay, let's take a simple example. Let's say you went to World Bank or the Prime Minister went to the World Bank, the government went to a World Bank. They said, give us around of 50,000 crore dollars. We want to build India's infrastructure. Now what happens? Let's assume the World Bank gave them the money. With this money, the government did not build any infrastructure. Rather, the government just spent it on their own. Every minister got a private jet for himself or herself. Everyone got luxury cars, everyone traveled the world, so they misuse the money. Now, the question is what happens after that? If after 5 years the government changes, a new prime minister comes to power, where would the World Bank go? Would the World Bank go and ask for a loan from the old prime minister? No. The World Bank would ask for the loan back from the current government, whoever is in power now. This is how the government works. In simple terms, when you are running the government, you don't have any personal liability. In running of the government, you don't have any personal liability. Meaning that if you took a loan as the government, you did not pay back the loan, World Bank will not come to your house. World Bank will come to the house of who is in power after you. That is why the problem begins. In most countries, when people come to power, just because they want to make their people happy, just because they want to distribute free money to the people, politicians take loans, let's say from World Bank, IMF, etc., and then start spending the money on people without thinking how exactly would they give it back. Exactly the same happened in the case of Imran Khan in Pakistan. When Imran Khan was the prime minister, he made a decision. The decision was that I will make sure that every single person in Pakistan gets cheap petrol. How did he give cheap petrol? He took loan from the IMF, loan from everywhere possible, and then he started giving subsidies. People liked it. People were getting petrol at a very cheap cost. What people did not realize was that the petrol being given at a cheap cost was not because Pakistan has its own money. Petrol being given at a cheap cost was because Pakistan was taking a lot of loan from outside. What happened? Imran Khan left, new government came to power. Now IMF is asking for the loan back. They don't have any money. People are also not liking the new government. Why? People think Imran Khan was so good. He was giving us petrol at a cheap cost. Bring back that PM. They did not really understand where the money was coming from. All this mess comes back to the CAG. It is a responsibility of the CAG to make sure such a situation does not happen. It is a responsibility of the CAG to make sure the government doesn't just keep spending money even when they do not have the money. CAG is not just an accountant as per the Supreme Court. CAG is a constitutional authority. They have to look into how the economy is working. They have to ensure that the government is not just spending money time and time again without even having any consequences. Yes, CAG does not have any judicial power as we discussed yesterday, but the CAG is supposed to keep the government in check. It's supposed to keep the government accountable. This is what the Supreme Court had said about the CAG while hearing certain matters. There is one more question about the CAG that was asked in 2016. Exercise of CAG's power in relation to the accounts of union and the state is derived from Article 149 of the Indian Constitution. Discuss where audit of government's policy implementation could amount to overstepping of its own jurisdiction. In simple terms, the question is about proprietary audit. Question is about proprietary audit that we just discussed. Basically, start reading the question from here and you will be able to understand. Discuss whether audit of government's policies would amount to overstepping of the CAG's jurisdiction. In simple terms, would the CAG's jurisdiction be over if in case you see that the CAG is auditing the government policies? Would it have any negative impact on the government policies? This is what you have to write here. We have discussed a lot of things about the CAG. You can write here starting with the introduction part about the introduction of the CAG. What does the CAG do? In the main body, you have to write about both the articles. See, when you have these kind of things, discuss whether it happens or not. At that time, it means you have to give both positive aspects and negative aspects. Please read the question very carefully. Discuss whether the audit of the government policies means overstepping of its own jurisdiction or not. So you can give positives as well, that no, it does not lead to overstepping of the CAG. CAG is doing that to hold the government accountable. On the other hand, you can also give argument that yes, it does lead to CAG overstepping the jurisdiction, especially in case of proprietary audit. So you have to give arguments from both the sides. How it is helpful to keep the government in check, to make sure that people's money is used judiciously. And on the other hand, you can also write arguments about how it hampers the working of the government. Because ultimately, in a democracy, it is the government that should take the final call in deciding how the money has to be spent. So please try and give both positives and negatives here, and then conclude by quoting, for example, from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar that CAG is the most important constitutional office and its independence has to be maintained to ensure that the government is kept in check. Or you can also conclude by using a part of this quote from the Supreme Court that CAG is a principal auditor whose function is to go into economy, effectiveness, and the use of resources. And if CAG will not do, then who else will do it? So you can use this quote of the Supreme Court as well. Using quotes of Supreme Court, using quotes of important people is always advisable. It will give you much better marks in the answer. So try and write this answer as well. This was a question we had discussed yesterday itself. Perfect. That was our second module about the CAG that we were supposed to end yesterday. Okay, let me take a few questions and then we'll go ahead. Okay, I have a few questions that have been given to me. Archana has a question. It is yesterday Delhi's CM house was renovated for 52 crore while they were done only 2-3 constructions. Archana, I'm not sure what the question is in this. This is a fact. I'm not sure what am I supposed to answer in this. Then there's a question. I think being a government employee, always observe we always purchase anything for a price 3 to 4 times more than the market price. We are not able to make the money efficiently. Audit team is okay with that because it is purchased from government purchasing platforms. Again, SME, I would request you to forward questions to me and not comments. I'm not sure what will I do with reading the comments. So better if you pass on questions where I can answer something. Then Kirubagar has a question. What if in proprietary audit the government should not have spent the money? Nothing will happen. As I said, CAG does not have any judicial powers. So in case the CAG says that you should not have spent the money, nothing will happen. It is just for general public to form an opinion about the government. For example, if you are a general public, you are aware, you are an aware person, you can get this, and then you will get to know that yes, government is working right or wrong, the government is not working properly, and then you can form your own point of view. You may not vote for the government. That is the only thing that will happen. Nothing apart from that. Then Shahnawaz is saying CAG has political punishment. Why we think that CAG also has judicial powers? Shahnawaz, I don't know what do you mean by political punishment. Please let me know. I have never had heard this word political punishment, so I'm not sure what is it. Lakshmi is saying, please tell me how we can write about proprietary audit. See, Lakshmi, proprietary audit, in the last question, you can write that proprietary audit is the audit that the CAG does, under which the CAG judges whether the government should have spent the money or should not have spent the money. As per many people, this amounts to overstepping of the jurisdiction of the CAG because it is the chosen elected government that should have control over the public exchequer. That is how you can define proprietary audit. Okay. Uh, Guys, the PPTs have already been shared with you. If not, you'll just get the link from the SME. You can go back to whichever slide that you want. So rather than asking me to go back to previous slide, go back one slide, two slide, etc., you can always go and get the PPT yourself. The PPT link has been given to you. Go to whichever slide that you want. Rahul, please open the link. Go to whichever slide that you want. Read it as many times as you want. Uh, okay, Zeba is saying, are audits published publicly? Yes, Zeba. Once the report of the CAG has been given to the parliament, it is open to the public. You can download it from the CAG website also. CAG reports are open for the public to see. You can see all the CAG reports only after once it goes to the parliament, then it becomes public property. Then, okay. Then I have a question from Ambika. In PPP also there is a share of government funding. It gives implicit power to audit. Is there a special permission needed recommendation second ARC? See, Ambika, just whatever second ARC says is a recommendation. If you have to implement that, you have to pass a law. Second, you can say government being a part of a PPP project means CAG should be allowed to audit it. But look at it from other point of view. In the same PPP project, private sector is also a part. So they will not want the audit. So there has to be a balance between the two somewhere. Uh, Prakhar, maybe you can file an RTI about that and see what happens. Spend 10 rupees and let me know the answer also. Prakhar, actually, for everyone else, Prakhar is asking what proprietary audit says about Sardar Patel statue. So again, my answer is spend 10 rupees, file the RTI. Let's see what you get to know. File the RTI and ask about what did CAG say about the Sardar Patel statue. Okay, I'll take one or two more questions and then we'll go ahead. Abhijit is saying, what if CAG audit is wrong? What will the parliament do? Absolutely nothing. That is a big problem. The parliament cannot really do a lot if the CAG audit is wrong. Nothing really. Okay, let's come back then. Uh, the next module beginning today, that is module number 3, as you can see from the topic right ahead, is about corruption. It is extremely unfortunate in India that everyone, doesn't matter what age group you are in, doesn't matter where you live, you all know what is corruption. It should not have been the case, but everyone knows what is corruption. Doesn't matter you're living in rural area, you're living in an urban area, what is your status, you all know what corruption is. Ever since our childhood, either we have been told or we have seen this, that at most of the places, especially when it involves government employee, etc., you will see certain corruption. In simple terms, corruption means someone asking for money or extra favor to do the job that they are anyway supposed to do, or doing their job incorrectly in exchange for certain favors, in exchange for certain money. That can be by force also, that can be by exchanging money also. All that is under the category of corruption. Now, in India, as I said, corruption has been a big problem, because of which we have seen that there are multiple laws that have been introduced in India in order to ensure that corruption actually remains in check. In this class, we will be talking about two important things. Today, we will be talking about number one, Prevention of Corruption Act. Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988. So in 1988, the government of India, the Parliament of India, in fact, passed a law called Prevention of Corruption Act, in short PCA. In short, PC. As the name suggests, this is a law that talks about what is corruption, how will be prevented, what punishment will be given, etc. The second thing that we will talk about related to corruption again is Lokpal. We will be talking about what is Lokpal, why was a Lokpal formed, how does a Lokpal help in preventing corruption, what is the relation between Lokpal and corruption. These are the two things that we will be discussing in this module, that is module number 3. Now, as I said, the unfortunate part is that corruption has been an integral part of our society. And the funniest part is we always blame the other person for corruption. But deep down inside, you also know that somewhere this entire corruption based society is not just because of the government employees, it is also because of the way that common people behave. It's a simple example. You are riding a bike or a car, you did not stop at the red light, you moved ahead, traffic police stopped you. What is your first reaction? Your first reaction is not to accept your mistake, pay the fine. No, you will first argue. After argument, then you will see can you settle it by paying something. And then after you can't do this, then the end option is you will make someone call the officer. You will say, okay, please talk to my friend, please talk to my relative, etc. Although they would not have any connection, and it will never work. I'm sure this trick of making your friend call the policeman has never worked, but everyone does it because you want to save that money. You don't want to accept that it was your mistake, and that is what comprises the entire society. So you cannot say that Indian society or corruption in India is only because of the government servants or people working in the government. It has to do with the entire society, because again, corruption cannot start or cannot survive just because it is at one level of the government. It can only survive if everyone in the society is supporting it, and that is unfortunately true in India. Now, in order to fight against corruption, we have all these laws in India. For example, we have the IPC. IPC is Indian Penal Code. IPC is Indian Penal Code. It is a book that talks about different punishments for different crimes. RPA 1951, Representation of People's Act. Representation of People's Act. This talks about corruption mainly in elections, corruption in politics, etc., how to fight against it. PCA, the one that we will be discussing today, that is Prevention of Corruption Act. Prevention of Corruption Act. Benami Property Act, not very important, but we'll discuss just one line of it. Benami Property Act means, for example, if you own property in someone else's name so that you don't have to pay taxes. You own property in the name of your servant, in the name of your driver, in the name of someone you know. You pay the money, but you own it in someone else's name. That is called Benami property. Then we have something called the CVC Act. CVC is Central Vigilance Commission. Central Vigilance Commission. This is also a body that has been formed to fight against corruption. We will read about CAG or CVC in the next class. Then we have the DSPE Act. DSPE is Delhi Special Police Establishment. Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. This is the act under which CBI has been formed. This is the act under which CBI basically was formed. Then we have Lokpal Act that we'll be discussing today. PMLA. PMLA is Prevention of Money Laundering. Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is the act under which the very famous ED, that is Enforcement Directorate, gets all the powers. When you see in the paper, ED has raided here, ED has done this, ED has done that, etc., etc., that ED, the famous or infamous agency it has become, they get all their powers from this law, Money Prevention of Money Laundering Act. ED and PMLA is also something that we will discuss tomorrow. So we will be discussing that as well. RTI Act, we have discussed about this in detail in the first class. Right to Information Act. We also have something called the Whistleblower Act of 2014. We will be again discussing this tomorrow. Whistleblower means a person who brings out the news of corruption. A person who knows a secret, who knows that someone is taking a bribe, he or she comes out in the open, registers a complaint, becomes a witness. That is called the Whistleblower Act. Whistleblower means someone who blows a whistle over corruption, who attracts everyone's attention to what is happening here. That is called the Whistleblower Protection Act. These are just examples of the different types of laws made in India to fight against corruption in different places. We will be discussing a few of these, which are a part of governance. Starting now, we are starting a discussion with something called the Prevention of Corruption Act. Apart from this, we also have many bodies that have been formed to fight against corruption. We have the CVC, again, something that we will be discussing tomorrow, that is Central Vigilance Commission. Lokpal Lokal will discuss today, CBI will discuss tomorrow. CAG already discussed, judiciary, you have discussed in polity. Enforcement Directorate, again, we'll discuss tomorrow. Consumer Forum is not a part of the syllabus. Consumer Forum basically means when you, let's say, are a consumer, you buy something from a company. Have you seen those videos? You order iPhone from Flipkart. When you open the box, you get a Vim bar. Have you seen those videos? You open the phone and you get a Vim bar, you get a Fena or whatever your choice of soap is, Surf Excel, whatever you want. So you get that and not your iPhone. So where do you go? You go to your consumer courts, consumer forums. So consumer forums are kind of courts, forums, etc. made for the consumers to file a mistake. Then there's ombudsman. Ombudsman is a generic word used for any officer who fights against corruption. Any officer who fights against corruption, this is a very generic word used, ombudsman. For example, Lokpal can also be called as an ombudsman only. Banks have their own ombudsman. RBI also has their own ombudsman. So ombudsman is a generic word used for any officer that fights against corruption, that registers the complaint against corruption. Then we also have Anti-Corruption Bureau, ACB. These work at the state level. Most state governments have their own anti-corruption bureaus, ACB. All these again are bodies that have been created by the government in order to make sure that they can fight against corruption in the country at different levels, both the center level as well as the state levels. Now let's start with the issue of corruption. Before I go on to India specific issues about corruption, before we start discussing the Prevention of Corruption Act, do you know there is something called the Corruption Perception Index? Have you heard of this? Corruption Perception Index. Corruption Perception Index is an international index that is published, and it gives a rank to different nations about how much corruption do they have. This is published by an NGO, non-government organization called Transparency International. So again, remember, Transparency International is the NGO. that publishes this corruption perception index, that is a CPI, and they give rank to different countries. This is a kind of information that may be asked sometime in the prelims examinations. So I'm just sharing this with you. This index ranks about 180 countries. How do they rank? They basically talk to experts, they talk to business people mainly. So those who are conducting business in India, for example, they would have gotten a call from the Transparency International. They would have asked some questions to them. Then according to them, how is corruption in your country? Do you think the government is corrupt or government officials are corrupt or not? They give a ranking to the states. They give a score to the countries. Scale of 0 to 100. 100 is very clean. The higher the score, the cleaner the country is. 0 is extremely corrupt. Okay, without Googling, don't Google it. Tell me what is the score of India. What do you think is the score of India? And then we'll see who is close, who is not close. Don't Google it. 0 to 100, what do you think is the score? Again, score, not rank. Those intelligent people who are saying 85 because they thought they knew the answer. 85 is India's rank, not the score. I'm asking the score, Baba, score, not the rank. Pratham seems to be pretty close. Kibriya seems to be close. Prabhat, Sachin seem to be close. Okay, few people seem to be close. Suburaj seems to be close. Ilma, Kanya. Okay, some people do seem to be close. Some people do not seem to be close. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We'll get to know. So basically, this is the latest ranking. The latest ranking is of 2022. 2023 ranking has not come out so far. This is the latest 2022 ranking. The topmost country is Denmark, number one. Their score is 90. So no country has a perfect 100 score. Do remember that. No country is 100% or 100% non-corrupt. Then we have countries such as Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Singapore, Sweden, etc. Now, for the prelims exam, do you have to remember all these 10 countries? I would say no, not really possible. I would say if you do have the time, maybe remember the first three, that would be good enough. Let's try and remember the first three, that would be good enough, not really more than that. This is how the other part of the world actually sees. Let's try and locate India. Let's see where is India and tell me India's score. Now see, locate India and tell me India's score. Perfect. A lot of people have located India. India's score is 40. Where is India? This is where India is. See, this is where India is. 40. So India's score is 4040. As you can see, we are somewhere in the middle of the table. This is a score that we actually got. Many people gave the correct answer without Googling. Great. Also, as you can usually imagine, the countries in Western Europe, European Union got a higher score. Lowest score was usually in Sub-Saharan Africa. You would have heard this phrase Sub-Saharan Africa, right? What exactly is Sub-Saharan Africa? So basically, Sub-Saharan Africa means if this is Africa, this is the Saharan Desert. So countries that are basically south of Sahara, this part will be Sub-Saharan. So there's a huge Sahara Desert. Countries towards the south of Sahara, basically, these are called the Sub-Saharan countries. So Sub-Saharan countries basically are some of the poorest in the world. Some of the poorest countries in the world are Sub-Saharan countries. Very, very, very poor. India's performance, as I said, India's rank in the last index that we got, the 2022 index, was 85. So we are somewhere in the middle. Score was 40. Except Bhutan, all of India's neighbors are ranked below us. So if you want to be happy, maybe this is where your happiness will come from. So except Bhutan, we defeated everyone. Congratulations. Also, even bigger congratulations because Pakistan was at 140 because that makes us extremely happy. Then we have remained pretty stagnant. For many years, we have had similar kind of a score that is very, very close to 40 only. We have not really improved or decreased in the score. It has become quite the stable part. Okay. That index I wanted to share with you because it usually may come in the news sometime or the other. But again, not extremely important. I would not say you have to remember each and every country. Those who are interested to know the rank of certain countries. A lot of people are asking about rank of different countries. I would tell you a secret which I have not told anyone. The secret is there is something in the world called Google. Don't tell this to anyone. Go to Google, amazing thing, and you just have to type. There's also a keyboard that has come in these days. So there's a typewriter, keyboard, and type corruption perception index, and you will go to the website, see whichever country you want. Remember all the ranks and then give UPSC exam of all those countries, because then you will know what all those countries. Okay. So remember about all the countries, give exams of those countries, because the more exams you give, the better chance it is, right? So go ahead, find out rank of every country that you're interested in, because I don't know and I don't have time to remember. So if you have time to remember, please go ahead. No issues. Okay. And if they don't tell you, you can always RTI, right? You don't want to do all this work, ask the government, they will tell you. So file an RTI asking for rank of Bangladesh, China, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan. Maybe they'll help you out. Just 10 rupees. Okay. So it's a secret. Don't tell this to anyone. Before going to Prevention of Corruption Act, that is the PCA, let me quickly take up a few questions that have been given to me, and then we can go ahead. Okay, one by one. Okay, let's start with this. Archana has a question. I wanted to ask if CAGs work on every expenditure of the government or not. Yes, Archana. CAG will audit every expenditure of the government except if the expenditure is in the PPP project. Apart from that, every expenditure of the government, the CAG will audit. Then Ria is saying, apart from proprietary audit, what examples can we give as overstepping of the power of the CAG? Ria, you can give an example of CAG Vinod Rai. You can give example of him issuing an apology later on when his charges were not proven. You can give examples of a lot of CAG reports not being proven later on in the court. That also results into declining of the prestige of the CAG and overstepping of its power. You can write that as well. Then Mrityunjay has a question. When the government buys from MSME at the same market price, is it justified? Only to promote MSMEs, they are spending more. It's a See, you have to understand something. Government obviously should. Okay, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a simple example. Uh, you go and let's listen to this very carefully. Let's say you are traveling, you stop at a red light. When you stop at a red light, many people come to you to sell a lot of stuff. Let's say someone comes to you to sell candles or earbuds or whatever. Let's say they are selling a candle for 50 rupees, 50. You know that you can get the same candle at for 20 rupees in the market, but you still sometimes buy it because you think, okay, if the money that I'm spending is going into someone's hand and they will use it, it's better for them. You do it. You know that you can get it cheaper at somewhere the other place, but you do it because you think, okay, I'll help the person. Apply the same example to the government buying products from the MSMEs. Ideally, the government should get their products at the cheapest cost possible, because that will save them the money, that will save taxpayers the money. But on the other hand, if the government does pay slightly more to the MSMEs, it will help the government in the long run. How does it help the government in the long run? When the government gives slightly more money to MSME, so they get more money, they pay more taxes, they expand their industry, then they give more jobs to the people. So that is what the government's hope is. That if the government goes ahead and starts, let's say, paying slightly more to the MSME, that is what their hope is. But obviously, if they are taking a cut, if there is a commission, if there is some corruption in between, then obviously it's wrong. But if the government is paying slightly more with the intention that, okay, let us give them certain boost so that they can also work, they can expand, they can have more jobs, it is good for them. So it's a gray area. It's not so easy to say that yes, government should take everything at the lowest cost possible. As long as there's no corruption involved, as long as government is doing it from the intention of helping people, expanding businesses, that can still be justified. Then I have a question from Leharika. or Laharika. I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly. Laharika. Okay. Laharika has a question. What if CAG is involved in corruption? What does the checks and balance for the CAG? So, Laharika, if the CAG is involved in corruption, we have other bodies. We have the Lokpal, we have the police to investigate the case, we have the CBI. When we say no one is above law in India, that is true. No one is above law. If the CAG is doing something, first of all, if the CAG is doing something, they can be removed from the office. That just like the Supreme Court judge is removed, they can also be removed. So it's not that they cannot be removed. And secondly, there's always a police, the CBI, to conduct inquiry into corruption related cases. So it's not that they are above corruption. No one is above corruption, be it the police, be it the judge. There's always someone who can go and investigate the case. Okay. Then I have a question from Sriram. Does audit of every government institute come under CAG, or is there any Indian government institutions which are exempted out of the CAG? Sriram, as I said yesterday also, there are some government institutes, there are some government companies also that are not audited by the CAG. They are usually companies working in a specific area. So there are external auditors that have been given, or external auditors that are called for those auditing. So if the statement says every government institute or every government company is audited by the CAG, no, that is wrong. Most of them are, but some of them are audited by the external auditors as well. And the CAG does help them out. Then I have a question from, just a second. Uh, okay, Laharika has one more question. Can't CAG check the government spending in PPP model? I'll give one simple answer. CAG cannot check the government spending in anything. As I said, the job of the CAG will only start after the government has already spent the money. CAG cannot stop the government from spending money on anything in India. Okay? Okay, I'll just suggest you one thing to the people who are asking questions. Please do not make up hypothetical questions in your mind. What if this happens? What if that happens? Because what if this and what if that is, there's no end to it. So let's not have hypothetical questions just to confuse yourself. Okay, let's go ahead then. I think I've answered the questions given to me. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead then. Now we are starting with a new law that we have in India called the Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988. This is the primary law in India to fight against corruption. Corruption that is related to the government offices, corruption that would lead to some impact in the government. Now, what is this law? What does it say? What is it that the law has some issues in, or what are the loopholes? Let's discuss those. First, what does the law say? The law is here to regulate corruption by public servants. This is extremely important, meaning that it does not cover private authorities. Does not cover private authorities. For example, let's assume you want a job in a company and someone in the company says, give me some money, I will fix your job. That person does not do that, or he takes a bribe for you to get a job in a private company. That person will not be covered under this act. This act does not apply to private individuals, it only applies to public servants, government servants working for the government. Please remember that. What does the act cover? It covers taking a bribe, criminal misconduct, amassing disproportionate asset. Taking a bribe means when you're taking something extra beyond what you are expected, the salary, beyond that, when you take something, that is taking a bribe. Criminal misconduct means when you are doing something which is not a part of your job. For example, it can be, let's say, you sign on a paper or you sign on an agreement by taking something in return, or let's say you sign on an agreement, you gave some contract to someone else knowing fully well that they are not qualified enough, you allowed someone to build a bridge even though they are not qualified enough. All of that would be criminal misconduct. Then amassing disproportionate asset, we discussed it yesterday as well. Disproportionate asset means when you have property, money which is not in proportion to your salary. Your salary is 80,000 rupees, but you own a private jet, you own an IPL team. That is not really something in line with each other. All these things are covered under this act by public servant. Also, it mandates prior government sanction for prosecution. What does it mean? If you have to try any public servant, means if you have to file a case against a public servant under this law, you first have to take permission of the government. We'll discuss this later, but this is one of the problematic areas of the law. You have to first take permission of the government. Only then you can file a case against a public servant for taking any bribe, etc. Now let's try and understand these three words that were written. What is bribery? What is criminal misconduct? And what do you mean by disproportionate asset? First, bribery, as I said, if you are taking some money, reward, some gift for beyond your salary just for performing your job. You're performing the job that you're anyway supposed to do in exchange for your salary, but you take extra money, you take extra gifts for that. That is in simple terms called bribery. Second, criminal misconduct. Criminal misconduct is when you intentionally enrich yourself. Intentionally enrich yourself means, let's assume you force someone that if you want a contract, give me this much money. If you want a contract, do this for me. If you want a license, a gun license, a medical store license, alcohol shop license, petrol pump license, give me this much money, give me this or do this for me only and only then I'll give you the permission. That is called criminal misconduct. Forcing someone else to do what you want because you have the authority. Third, disproportionate asset. I gave you an example yesterday as well of Jayalalitha, and someone said Jayalalitha is a judge right now. Then there was also an example of Mulayam Singh Yadav that I gave you. Disproportionate asset in simple terms means when you have asset, when you have property, you have money that is not in proportion to your salary and you cannot justify from where exactly did you get the money. This is called disproportionate asset. Now, who exactly are covered under this law? Who are the people who can be fined or who can be punished under the law? People who are in the service of the government, who are taking pay from the government in any job whatsoever. PSU employees, so employees of government companies, public sector undertakings. Local bodies members, a local body member, for example, can be, let's say, panchayat members, municipality members, other local bodies. Judiciary also will come under this. Cooperative societies office bearers. So those who are running or those who are in the officially registered cooperative bodies, they will also come under this. Then central and state university employees are also covered under this. Any person holding an office by the virtue of which they are doing a public duty. So any office under which you are doing a public duty, you will come under this. All these things, all these people are covered under the Prevention of Corruption Act. Prevention of Corruption Act will apply to all these people at the end of the day. If they are conducting themselves in an incorrect manner, if they are indulging corruption, they will be punished. Now, the Prevention of Corruption Act was changed in 2018. Please remember this. In 2018, there was a change. There was, in fact, multiple changes in the Prevention of Corruption Act. We will be discussing what those changes were and why exactly were those changes in the news. So the government made certain changes in 2018 to the law saying that we are making it even better, we are filling in all the gaps. Let's see what are the changes that they made and then we'll see if the act is good or not. First major change, definition of bribe. So basically, even if someone takes undue advantage rather than only money, even that will be a bribe. Earlier, the word bribe was only used for exchange of money. But now, see, bribe can be something other than exchange of money as well. It can be something, for example, let's take a simple example. Let's say that you are a collector, okay? Or not just collector would be too powerful. Let's say you are a government employee. Government employee who wants to or who has to, let's say, has the power to issue licenses, gun license, etc., revolver license. Someone applies for a revolver license and you say, I will give you the license, but in return, what do you have to do? You have to ensure that my son or my daughter gets admission into XYZ school. I don't know how you will do it, but get my son or daughter admitted into a certain school or a college without any entrance test. That will also be a bribe. There is no exchange of money. You are not saying that you will pay the fee, you will not pay the fee, nothing like that. But you are asking them to have a favor in return of that. That will also come under bribe. So undue advantage will come under bribe as well. Also, there is one exception to taking a bribe. Please understand this. Now, this is extremely important. Please listen to this carefully because this has been debated also. If a person does not perform a public function dishonestly, it would not qualify as a bribe. Now, listen to this very carefully. Do not type anything for the next 2 minutes. Please listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Let's take a simple situation. Let's assume you are an officer whose power is to issue licenses for alcohol shops. Okay? You issue alcohol shop licenses. Now, someone comes to you, someone asks you that I want to apply for a license for an alcohol shop. You say, okay, I will give you license for alcohol shop, although you are not qualified. You don't fulfill the requirement, but I'll still give you the license. But in exchange, give me 50 lakh rupees. Give me 50 lakh, I'll give you the license. So this person says, okay, I'll give you 50 lakh rupees. So this person paid a bribe of 50 lakh rupees to you. But you still did not give him the license. You actually still gave the license to the correct authority. You still gave the license to the correct person. In that case, you as the officer will not be punished. Are you understanding this? You took the bribe from someone, promised them something, but you did not do that. You did the right thing. So you will not be punished. That will not be covered as corruption. So now be happy. Don't worry. Take as much money as you want. Just do the right thing. As simple as that. You will not be punished. This is an exception that was added in 2018. This is what it means. If you are not performing your duty dishonestly, you will not be charged by it as taking a bribe. Okay, that is how it works. So this is again a problem that you might take the bribe, but you still don't do that and you do something else. That is a big issue. The government added this law, added this point in 2018 that even if you take a bribe, doesn't really matter. You just do not have to do that job. Now, there is a problem here. The problem here is, for example, let's say the 50 lakh rupees that you have accumulated. Now, with 50, 50, 50, you accumulate 10 crore rupees. And with that 10 crore rupees, you buy something. Then that will become a case of disproportionate asset. Are you understanding it? You take all this money, and then after taking all that money, you buy something, you buy a car, you buy something, and then that will become a case of disproportionate asset because people will ask you, how did you get the money? And you're like, oh, I don't know, how did I get the money? Maybe KBC, maybe someone gave me the money. So again, this law has been made, but again, it doesn't mean that you can keep taking bribe from everywhere. You will still have to explain how you got all that money. But at least you will not be punished then and there just because you will or you took something and you did not do that job. Yes, as Suhasini is saying correctly, be greedy, but don't be too greedy. Be greedy within a limit. That is how it works. So basically, this was an exception added in the year 2018. Now, why was it added? Let me explain this to you. Let me explain why was it added. So basically, why was it added was a lot of government servants say that they were forced to take a bribe. A lot of government servants say they were forced to take a bribe, that someone just forcefully gave it to them. Or let me give another example. Let's say government servant comes into the office. In your office, you see 5 lakh rupees cash kept. You don't know where to return. So what do? There is a bribe given to you. So you can't be forced to be charged with corruption just because someone forcefully gave you the bribe. That is why this exception was introduced. That if the government servant did not ask for a bribe, but the government servant was given a bribe, but they did the job properly, that would not bring any punishment. Punishment will only be when you are not doing your job honestly. So that is the first change that was introduced, definition of bribe. Second change, giving bribe to a public servant. Till now, till now, only the person who took the bribe was punished. But now, even if you give a bribe, you will also be punished. So earlier, only the receiver was punished, the person who received money. But now, both the receiver and the giver or the donor, whatever you want to call, will be punished. Both of these will be punished. Now, this is something that you must understand here. Look at this. If you give a bribe because you were forced to give a bribe, let me give you a simple example. Let's assume you go to RTO to get your driving license made. Okay? You go to RTO, get your driving license made. You give the driving test, everything is fine. Submit all the documents, everything is fine. But that officer says, give me 1,000 rupees or you will not get the license. Give me 1,000 rupees or I will write in the file that you failed a driving test. Now what do? You want the license because there's no exception to that. You can't go to any other company, say, give me a license. License can only be given by the government agency. So you are being forced to give a bribe, right? Even if you don't want to give a bribe, the officer just says you will not get a license if you don't give me the bribe. Now, in that case, what do you do? Because the law says even the person who gives the bribe will be punished. So what do you do? This is where the law has an interesting exception. The law says if you are giving the bribe because you are forced to give a bribe, first inform the police about it. Inform the police first that I am being forced to give a bribe, so I am going to give a bribe, so that the police knows beforehand and the police can catch the person. So if you are being forced to give a bribe, you have to inform the police. After informing the police, any bribe you give within 7 days of informing will not bring any punishment to you. Again, listen to this carefully. If you are being forced to give a bribe, you have to first tell the police. After telling the police, within 7 days you can give the bribe. The police will know about it. You will not be charged with this. So that is also an exception that has been given. You can give a bribe, but only when you are being forced, and you have to tell the police first, only and only then. Then, prior approval is required for investigation. This is again one of the biggest criticisms of the law. The law has been criticized for this as well. Why? When you have a public servant who has been charged with corruption and you want to file a case against them, you can only file a case after the government approves. Before the government approval, you cannot ensure that the case is filed against a person. You have to take prior approval of the government of India, or if it is state government employee, you have to take prior approval of the government of state. Before investigation, you have to take their approval. That also becomes a big issue. Because what happens is, let's assume there is an officer against whom a case of corruption has been filed. This officer is very close to the government. The government likes this officer. The government works with this officer. So government does not really want this officer to be punished. So what happens is, in most of the cases, the government will not give the permission, or the government will delay the permission. Usually, I'll give you a real example. Okay, I'll give you a real example without taking any names. So let's assume there is the BJP rule right now. BJP government is in power. Let's say there's an officer who has been charged with taking a bribe. The BJP government says, no, don't start the investigation, wait. They will not take any decision for 3-4 years. Government changes, some other party comes to power, XYZ. They will then give permission that yes, go ahead and start the case. This is why these cases of investigation may take many, many, many years. Because again, all these years are not because of the incompetency of the police. The police were not incompetent. The delay in the investigation is not just because of the police, it is also because maybe the permission itself was not given. Maybe the government wanted to protect the officer, and it happens the other way around also. For example, the BJP said, yes, conduct the investigation. And soon after that, the government changes, new government comes in, and they say, no, 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 stop the investigation. That also happens. So it keeps on happening. That is why if you depend on the prior approval of the government, that means you are allowing the government to choose which officer is their favorite, which officer is not their favorite, so that they can choose against which officer do they want to conduct the investigation. There are only two exceptions. There are only two cases, two scenarios in which government permission is not required. First, if the public servant has been caught red-handed. Red-handed means if there is enough proof, if he's taking a bribe in front of everyone and the police comes in right at that moment, if you don't have to investigate, you have been caught red-handed at that very point of time. You are taking a bribe, the police comes in, like that operation, secret operation, etc. Then you don't require government's permission because a person has been caught red-handed. Second, if it is a case of disproportionate asset. If it is a case of disproportionate asset, that means again the officer has more assets than the income. In these two cases, you do not require prior approval of the government for investigation. But in other cases, apart from this, you do require prior approval of the government as well. In these two cases, you do not require that approval. Now, you also require approval for prosecution. Now, please understand something. There are two different things: investigation and prosecution. Investigation will be done by the police. So before investigation also, the police has to take the permission of the government, as we just saw in the last slide. Let's assume investigation is done. Now the police wants to file a case in the court. For that also, for prosecution happens at the court level by the judiciary when the case is filed. Before that also, you have to take the government's permission. Before that also, you have to take the government's permission. Government's permission is required, only then the prosecution will begin. The approval of the sanction of prosecution has to be within 3 months. So within 3 months, the government has to give the approval that yes, go ahead and you can start the prosecution, you can start to file the case. Listen to this interesting part. This also applies to the former civil servants. Those who are retired now, but they might have done something when they were in power. Against them also, if there's a case that is being filed, for their prosecution also, you require prior permission. So please remember, prior permission is required for investigation also. Prior permission is required separately for prosecution also. For investigation, the prior permission required has no time limit mentioned that within what time limit the government must give approval. For prosecution, there is a time limit that within 3 months the government would have to give permission. Also, it applies to former public servants as well. The public servants that have retired, against them also, if you have to file a case, you have to first take the government's permission and only then you would be allowed to extend. Also, the time period for the trial. What is the time period? In how much time should the case be resolved? There is a proper case, or there's a proper time period, in fact, that has been given to resolve the cases. First, the trial should be completed by a special judge, in this case within 2 years. If within 2 years we cannot have the trial decision, it can be extended 6 months at a time, but maximum period of the case has to be 4 years at max, not more than this. See, in any society, including India, whenever you say, why is there a high rate of crime? One of the big reasons for having a high crime rate is when you don't give permission in a time, or don't give punishment in a time bound manner. When the criminal knows, or when someone committing a crime knows that punishment will not be given to me for many years, I will be free, I don't have to worry. This is when the crimes increase. If you have a judicial system which works in a time bound manner, in the sense that in a judicial system, when you have a situation where the criminal also knows within a few months I will get the punishment no matter what, you will see the number of crimes automatically reduce. But in this case, the number of crimes only reduce when you have a fixed time limit. For this case, the time limit is usually 2 years. You can extend it 6 months at a time. Maximum 4 years is when you have to ensure that the law is, or that the decision is given. This is a summary of the changes. This is a summarized version of the changes. These changes were introduced in 2018. As I said, summarized version number one, punishment now has been given, or punishment has been increased for those taking a bribe, and punishment has been given for those giving a bribe as well. Those giving a bribe will also be punished. Even the gifts has been criminalized. As I said, the definition of bribe has been changed. Even gifts, favors such as getting your son or daughter admitted somewhere will be criminalized. Corporate bribery has been criminalized. So if the corporates, any companies, etc., give bribery, earlier it was mostly focused on individuals giving a bribe. Now the corporates also, if they are giving a bribe, because what happens in case of corporates is, let's say one company, entire company is accused that they are giving a bribe to the government for a government contract, then the problem is, in the entire company, who do you punish? So now it has been set up, proper laws have been made for corporate bribery as well. Immediate forfeiture, meaning that if the agencies believe that there is a, let's say, flat or a car that you have bought with illegal money, they will immediately capture it, they will immediately take possession of it. So possession will be taken immediately if there are enough proofs to show that you have occupied this property or occupied this thing with illegal money. Timely trial has been mandated, as we discussed. 2 years, usually maximum extended to 4 years, not more than that. But there is a timely method in which the trial has to be conducted. This is again a bit of more detail about the bribe thing. Now, giving a bribe is an offense. Up to 7 years will be given. There's an exception also, as I told you. You have to tell the police if you are being forced. Pre approval is required for investigation, for prosecution also you require the government's approval, which has to come within 3 months. Criminal misconduct has been defined. Property will be forfeited if you are found to capture or acquire some property with illegal means. Now, there are certain issues with respect to this law. First, coercive bribery also punishable. As I said, a lot of times you may not want to give a bribe. A lot of times you may be forced to give a bribe. See, there are two things. Either in some cases you know you are wrong, you have not followed the laws, so you give a bribe to escape the punishment. Or you want a license, you don't fulfill all the requirements, you don't have all the paperwork, you make some arrangement so that you can get the license. But in many cases you are being forced to give a bribe. How? In many cases you deserve to get the license, you deserve to get the certificate, but just because the officer says I will not give it to you, you're punished to give a bribe. Even in that case you are punished. Yes, there's an exception, you can tell the police within 7 days, but again it's not that easy going to the police asking them to come with you. Even forceful, coercive means forceful bribery is also punished. Second, this problem that we discuss in detail, if a public servant does not perform their function dishonestly, they would not be committing a crime. The example that we discussed. It means even if a public servant, even if an officer takes a bribe, That will not be enough to punish the officer. Even if the person takes a bribe, punishment will only be if he performed his functions dishonestly. So you take a bribe of 5 lakh, but you don't perform anything wrong or you don't do anything wrong, you will not be punished. That is again a big problem. Are you punishing a person for taking a bribe, or are you punishing the person for doing something dishonestly? Over here, the focus is to punish the person only when he does something dishonestly. Even if the person takes some favors, even if the person may take some money, you will not punish the person, because you'll only punish him if he does the function or if he does the job dishonestly. That also remains a big problem. As we discussed, this gives a kind of a free hand to the government officials to take some money from here, some money from there, some money from some other sources, and then give a contract to only one of them. It may happen, right? Because they also know that as long as I perform my functions honestly, nothing will happen to me, even if I take a bribe, even if I take some favor, even if I take some gift. That also becomes a problem. Now, I'll give you one more example. Please listen to this very carefully. Let's try and understand this part. Let's try and understand why the government introduced the law. I'll give you a simple example. Okay, let's take this example. Let's assume you are a government officer. Again, let's take the same example. You are a government officer who is who has the power again to issue licenses for alcohol shops. Licenses for alcohol shop. Okay. Now let's assume that you organize a birthday party for your kid, and this can all be real. It's a very real example. Let's say you organize a birthday party for your kid, and you invited many people who came to your house. Your kid has a friend, and the friend's father obviously sends a gift to your kid for the birthday. He sends a big gift or whatever, iPhone or whatever, I don't know, whatever the big gift is. Tomorrow, if this person applies for a license and you give him the license, many people will say, oh, you gave him the license because of the bribe that he gave you, the bribe that he gave your son, he gave the iPhone, right? But you have to tell him, no, I gave him because I was doing the right thing. He fulfilled all the paperwork, he took all the permissions, and that is why I am giving it to him. This is why such a law has been made. Because earlier what used to happen was, even if indirectly you got some gift, your family member, someone got a gift, people used to start making allegations, start making these claims that you favored the person. You are now giving a license to him because he gave a gift to you or your family members. To avoid this kind of a situation, that the officer is not punished just because they have taken a bribe or just because someone else has indirectly given them a gift. That is why this point was introduced. I hope now you are more clear about this. This point was introduced so that as long as you are doing your job honestly, you will not be punished. Even if someone gives you the bribe indirectly or whatever, it's not that you will be punished, because again, the gift was to your son, there was no connection. You did not know the person was applying for the license. That is why this law or this point has been included here. Now, the government of India also has a law called the Benami Property Act. It is not a part of the syllabus as such. It is it is just a law that you see sometimes in the news. So I'll just make a passing mention of what exactly this is. Usually this is not asked. So in India, we have something called Benami Property Act. Benami property, basically simple terms, means that when you buy property in someone else's name, so you paid for the property, but the property was on someone else's name. To avoid taxes, to avoid the income tax rate, etc., these are called Benami properties. For example, do you remember demonetization? When demonetization took place, what did a lot of rich people do? A lot of rich people, because the government said that you cannot deposit more than 2.5 lakh cash in your account. Remember that you can only deposit maximum 2.5 lakh cash and not more than that in your account. So what did the rich people start to do? They deposit 2.5 lakh in their servant's account, 2.5 lakh in their driver's account, 2.5 lakh in their relatives' account, in their friend's account. They distributed that 2.5 lakh everywhere. That is an example of Benami property. When you keep your money, your value in someone else's name to avoid taxes. If those properties are found out, government will imprison you. Government can also take those assets. Government can forfeit those assets. That is called Benami transactions, Benami properties. Government is empowered to exempt property of religious entities. So religious entities can be exempted from this. They are not covered under this. But apart from that, if you buy property, etc., in some other name, fictitious name, through black money, especially, then you would be covered under the Benami Property Act. That is usually not asked. Okay. Before we go ahead with the Lokpal Lokayuk, let me take some questions and then we'll take a break. After that, after the break, we'll start. So let me take some questions quickly. Um, Ajay is saying government supports corruption with CAG, then what happens? See, again, as I said, let's not make hypothetical questions. Because if you're asking what if, then there's no end to what if. Your question is if the government also supports corruption, what happens? Nothing happens. After 5 years, don't vote for the same government. That is the only thing that I can suggest. Kaluri is saying in India, CAG have the power to check on what they spend in assets, how proprietary audit works at the beginning. No, Kaluri, I never said proprietary audit works at the beginning. Proprietary audit just means that the CAG will tell whether the money that the government has already spent, should they have spent the money or not. CAG cannot stop them. CAG will just criticize them that they should not have spent the money, should have spent the money. That is what proprietary audit is. Yashpal is saying how CAG is able to audit other international organizations. CAG does not audit other international organizations, Yashpal. CAG only audits what is within the country. Then Anil has a question. Can CAG maintain the accounts in state government? So Anil, CAG does not maintain any accounts. CAG tells the governments how to maintain records. CAG tells the state governments and central governments how to maintain records. CAG themselves don't maintain any records. Vinayak has a question: executive or legislative comes under PCA or not? So Vinayak, executive do come under PCA. As we discussed, executive means if you're talking about ministers as the executive, no. For ministers, legislature, we have the Lokpal. We have the Lokpal that is separate. But executive, if you mean to say government employees, they do come under PCA. Then Sriram is saying the example you gave for exception for taking a bribe isn't a legalization of some particular set of corruption. No, as I gave you an example, it's not about legalization of corruption. It's about those kind of situations where whether a government officer is just given or any, let's say, complaint has been filed against him because indirectly someone gave a gift to him or her, to avoid those kind of situations. Satvika is saying, can you explain amendment in the bribe? Satvika, I think I have already done that. Pratham is saying, if DL officer gives the bribe to police officer, I will be in trouble. Pratham, then I don't know. Let me know if that happens. We'll also learn from your situation. Lakshmi is saying how and why officials are forced to take a bribe. See, Lakshmi, the example that I just gave you, you may not even know that a bribe is being given to you. On your son, daughter's birthday, someone will come and something will be given. You go to the government office, the officer will say, take a bribe or I'll hurt you. So that all becomes a problem. Then Shiva is saying, what is a 2000 value gift limit? I don't think there's any gift limit as such. We'll talk about the gift limit. How does it work after the break ends? Okay, let's take a break. Let's come back after the break at 8:10 and we will resume our discussion about the Lokpal from here. Thank you so much, guys. Hi everyone, I hope all of you are back. If not, please make your way back into the class quickly. We'll begin in just 1 minute. Let others also come in. Vivek has a question. Vivek is saying, sir, if getting a package to honeymoon package of Switzerland, could that be a bribe? Vivek, I wish that you get that. But yeah, that will also be a bribe. Bribe is something money can buy. So I hope that you actually do get the honeymoon package because everyone has different aspirations to become an IAS officer, right? You may have the honeymoon package aspiration to become an IAS officer. Some other people may have some other aspirations. So I hope that your aspirations come true. And I hope that you do get that package, but that will be called a bribe. I'm sorry. Okay. A few more questions given to me. Let me quickly answer those and then we'll go ahead quickly. Um, I have a question from Rahul. Does CAG restrict any type of bribery? CAG and bribery are not related to each other. Let's not connect to entirely different topics, Rahul. Shalu is saying in Benami property, in name of other person, can other person on whom name the property is, can he claim that property? See, officially the property is in your name only, so there's no point of claiming. Claiming, what do you mean by can you claim the property? It's your property, it's in your paper, it's in your name in the paper. Then I have a question from Lakshmi. How cohesive, not cohesive, coercive. The difference between cohesive and coercive. Coercive, so the question is how coercive bribery is punishable. Coercive means something that is done by force. It means to say, even if someone is forced to pay a bribe, that we will not do your job unless you pay a bribe. So even if someone is blackmailed, forced to pay a bribe, even then the person who gives the bribe will be punished. That is a problem. Okay. Okay, I'll take one more question. Chile has a question. If I'm a person giving bribe while I'm giving a record of video, if I show that video to the police, can the government employee be punished or not? Chile, I unfortunately for you and for me, I am not in the police, so let the police decide that. You and me, we can't tell how the police decides. Also, as I said earlier, let's not make up hypothetical situations. UPSC does not ask questions on hypothetical situations, so don't worry about that. Okay, let's go ahead then. The next topic in governance in sub part of corruption is the Lokpal and the Lokayuktas. Now, I am pretty certain most of you would have at least heard the name Lokpal. I'm sure would have at least heard what is a Lokpal, what does it do. If you remember, about I would say 10 years back, there was this huge agitation led by Anna Hazare, which demanded having a Lokpal. There was this agitation when Anna Hazare basically led the agitation. There was Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Kiran Bedi. A lot of people came together, Kumar Vishwas, and they demanded that we should have a Lokpal. Finally, after all their demands, the Lokpal was created. So, right now, at the center government level, we have an officer whose name is the Lokpal or who is called the Lokpal. Similarly, at the state government levels, we have the Lokayuktas. Now, why is there a need for Lokpal, Lokayukta? Why do we need that? Let's try and understand this. The simple idea is that government officials, bureaucrats, they are covered under some law of corruption. But there is no law that covers the corruption of ministers mainly. There is no law that covers the corruption of even at the prime minister level. First was this demand that prime ministers, members of parliament, MPs, MLAs, they are not covered under the corruption law. So we need to have a special law to cover their corruption as well. That was the first demand. Second demand was that so far, whatever agencies that we have, whatever investigative agencies we have, whoever files a complaint, so far, whatever happens, at the end of the day, all of those are somewhere appointed by the government. All of these are appointed by the government, so they work with the government. They can't claim to be independent. Like CBI cannot say we are independent. They are at the end of the day working under the government. The police cannot say this. The government, as we saw in the Prevention of Corruption Act also, without the government's approval you can't start investigation. So somewhere down the line the thought is that every agency that we have, every law that we have, is made to safeguard certain government officials, and it is not a law that is unbiased or transparent. That is why there was a demand to have another office which would be independent of any government control. It will work independently of the government, and it will investigate cases even against high level officials such as the ministers or the prime minister. That was the idea of the Lokpal. The interesting part is idea of the Lokpal is not a new idea. This idea of a Lokpal has been demanded for a very long time. This is not the first time that we see that idea of a Lokpal was made. Since 1960s, the idea of Lokpal has come into the picture. It was first proposed in 1960s. Many attempts were made to get a bill passed, but the bill just could not pass. The bill finally passed in 2013 and it became an act in 2014. First, why is it that the bill could not pass? Why is it that the government were just not able to pass the bill? Let's look at it from that point of view. What is a Lokpal? What does a Lokpal do? The Lokpal finds faults in the government. The Lokpal tries to investigate cases against the ministers. The Lokpal will try to investigate corruption cases against the MPs, MLAs. Now tell me, would the government want to have such an officer? Would the government want to have an officer that investigates cases against them? That investigates cases against the minister, against the MPs, MLAs? Why would the government want that? As simple as that. They would not want that to happen. And that is why the law for Lokpal could never be passed. Many parties made an attempt, some started, but never could it be passed. It was finally passed in 2013. How did it pass? In 2013, it passed because there was a huge agitation across the country. So many people were out on the streets. There was this feeling in the country that the government is corrupt. There were so many CAG reports by Vinod Rai, our respected Vinod Rai. So many CAG reports had come out that the government is corrupt, everything is bad, etc. In all that pressure, and the government's tenure was also coming to an end. Congress government was completing their 5 years in May 2014. So they thought we only have 6 months remaining anyway. In all that background, the law of Lokpal was passed. So the Lokpal Act, they tried to pass it earlier as well, but as I said, due to political pressure, they did not really pass it, did not want to pass it. But now they did pass it because of all this agitation and people protesting against it. Anyway, now how it passed doesn't really matter to us. That will not be ours in the paper. What is concerning to us and what we are concerned with is what does the law say? How does it work? How does it not work? That is what we are concerned with. We are not concerned with how the act was passed, etc. So anyway, this Lokpal bill became a reality in 2013. In 2014, the President of India gave the assent and Lokpal thus came into the picture. However, something interesting also happened. See, the Lokpal, the bill was passed in 2013. 2013, the bill passed. Then 2014, President gave the assent. However, do you know when the first Lokpal was appointed? When the first Lokpal was appointed, what was the year? What was the year of the first Lokpal? Not 2014. Not 2014, guys. See, very few questions will have the answer 2020. In 2020, everyone was sitting at home doing nothing, playing Ludo and nothing. 2020 is not really the answer to most of the things. Okay, so it was 2019. 2019 was when the first Lokpal was appointed. Now, there are a couple of things that you have to understand here. Why is it that it took such a long time for the Lokpal to actually get appointed? Why did it take such a long time? This is where you have to understand the politics behind it. Now, let's understand the politics behind why was there such a big delay? Why is it that the governments did not want to have a delay? And whatever I'm going to tell you, it is all true. You can search it out. So, basically, if you look at the Lokpal, the appointment committee of the Lokpal, who are the people who would suggest a name to the president? The appointment committee, one of the members of the appointment committee was supposed to be leader of opposition in Lok Sabha. He was supposed to be one of the members in that committee who would suggest to the president who shall be the next Lokpal. Now, in Indian polity, all of you would have read, in order to become a leader of opposition, the opposition party must have at least 10% seats in Lok Sabha, right? The party that has 10% seats in Lok Sabha should or would get the leader of opposition post. Now, what was the problem? The problem was in 2014. Congress was the largest opposition party with only 44 seats. So, in short, there was no leader of opposition because 55 seats in Lok Sabha means you need at least 55 seats, that is 10%. No opposition party got 55 seats. So, officially, there was no leader of opposition. The ruling party used this excuse not to call a meeting of the Lokpal appointment committee. For 2 years, no meeting was called to appoint the Lokpal. Why? They kept on saying, oh, we don't even have the leader of opposition. How can we appoint a Lokpal? We cannot do this. Now, when there was such a long delay, from 2014 to 2016, no Lokpal was appointed. Many people became angry. Why is this happening? So, some people filed a PIL in the Supreme Court. The PIL said that the government is delaying the appointment of Lokpal because they don't want a Lokpal. So Supreme Court asked the government to make changes in the law. Supreme Court asked the government to make changes in the law. Government did change the law. What was the change? In 2016, the law was amended. In 2016, the law was amended. What was the amendment in the law? The amendment was, let me write it here. The amendment was that if leader of opposition in Lok Sabha is not available, if we don't have leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, then in that case, he should be replaced by leader of single largest opposition party. If the leader of opposition is not available, then he should be replaced by the single largest opposition party. That was a change introduced in 2016. So now ask yourself, if in 2016 this was changed, then again, why did it take 3 more years to have the Lokpal? If it was changed in 2016, that okay, we don't have leader of opposition, his place will be taken by leader of single largest party. Don't worry, let's have the meeting. Even then, we did not have the meeting. Why? Now, this, what I'm going to tell you, proves how political parties work together. They might seem on the outside to be opposite to each other, but they all work together. I'll tell you how. So basically, what happened was when BJP called the meeting or when government called the meeting, government sent an invite to the Congress to send their leader. What was the invite said? Invite said that we are inviting you as a special invitee in the meeting. The invite said sent to the Congress party from the government. That letter said that we are inviting your leader as a special invitee in the meeting. Congress said, what is this? We will not come. Congress said, send us a Congress said, send us a letter that says we are inviting you as a leader of opposition, only then we will come. Congress said, what is special invitee? We are not a special invitee. Only if you send us a letter that says leader of opposition, only then we will come. Otherwise, we will not come. So Congress was making their own excuse that we will only come if you send a letter calling us a leader of opposition and not a special invitee. BJP or the government, on the other hand, said, why should we send this? You don't have 10% seats. At least we are inviting you. That is good enough. Special invitee or whatever, you have to come. This went on again for 2 years. They invited, they never sent anyone. Again, after 2 years, the Supreme Court intervened and said that please don't make such an excuse. Please have this meeting. And finally, the meeting was held to appoint the Lokpal. So, as you can see, when the political parties don't want a law to be made, or when the political parties don't want an officer to be appointed at a position, they will work together, make any excuse, but they will work together to ensure the appointment does not happen. This is a prime example of two parties seeming to be opposite to each other but still working together because both of them did not want a Lokpal. Because see, when the Lokpal comes in, he or she will investigate into everyone, all the MPs, MLAs. That includes Congress, opposition MPs, MLAs also. That is why Lokpal was delayed for such a long time. Finally, we had a Lokpal. India's first Lokpal was P.C. Ghosh. P.C. Ghosh, Pinaki Chandra Ghosh, was India's first Lokpal, retired Supreme Court judge. Now, let's talk about how does the Lokpal work, how many members does it have, etc. Lokpal is not a one-member body. It has a chairman and 8 other members, maximum 8 other members. So the chairman will be called the Lokpal, and then there are other 8 members who will be the Lokpal. So basically, if you see, first, other members will be judicial and non-judicial. So basically, the idea was we will have a Lokpal, 8 members. Out of the 8, let us have half or 4 as judicial members, means who come from judiciary background, retired judges, 4 from non-judiciary background like civil servants. So that government also has certain kind of representation there, and on the other hand, the judiciary would also have a certain kind of representation there. Also, the law says out of the total of 8 members, judicial, non-judicial included, out of the total of 8 members, at least half, means at least 4 of them should be SC, ST, OBC, minority, or women. At least 4. These 4 can be judicial, non-judicial, mix, whatever. But out of these 8, at least 4 have to be SC, ST, OBC, minority, or women. Now, let's talk about qualifications one by one. Let's start with the qualifications of the Lokpal. Sri P.C. Ghosh, Pinaki Chandra Ghosh, India's first Lokpal. What is the qualification? Qualification is either you have to be a former Chief Justice of India, first qualification, or you can be a former judge of the Supreme Court, that will also work, or you have to be a Superman. Superman means 25 years of knowledge and experience in anti-corruption policy, public administration, vigilance, finance, assurance, banking, law, management, so on and so forth. So either you have to be the retired Chief Justice of India or a retired Supreme Court judge or having 25 years of experience and special ability in all of these things. Now, this is why for the government, it is always easier, simpler, at least in the beginning, to appoint someone from the judiciary. Later on, you might see the government appointing IAS officers also at this post because, again, the only people who really qualify under this are the IAS officers and not many other people. So, at the end of the day, you might see later on some people from IAS civil servant background, even they may also come here, but at least for now, we have started with the Lokpal. Now, let's look at this. about the judicial members. As I said, out of the 8 members, half can be judicial, half can be non-judicial. From the judicial side, who are the members? They have to be either the retired judges of Supreme Court or they have to be retired chief justices of the High Court. Simple to remember. Judicial members have to be either Supreme Court judges or retired chief justices of the High Court. What about non-judicial members? Again, the same thing, exactly the same. 25 years of experience and all these things. That is a qualification for non-judicial members. So again, judicial ones, that are retired Supreme Court judges, retired High Court Chief Justices, and non-judicial ones that should have 25 years experience. So basically, civil servants in short. In short, they have to be civil servants. These are the current members of the Lokpal. If you go to their website, these are the current members of the Lokpal. So basically, if you see here, you'll find something very interesting. Right now, by the way, one more thing. Right now, India does not have a full-time Lokpal for many months. Do you know that? For many months, India does not have a full-time Lokpal. So basically, what happened was, a few months back, some months back, PC Ghosh retired as the Lokpal. Government has not appointed a full-time Lokpal. Right now, Justice P.K. Mohanty is acting Lokpal. So he is occupying the position of active Lokpal, but we do not have a full-time Lokpal right now after PC Ghosh had retired. These are the members right now. Again, as you can see, there are still vacancies. Maximum 8 members, but we see only 6 of them. And even in these 6, you see something very interesting here. Government has made sure that the 4 non-judicial posts are filled up. See the non-judicial post. Former Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, former Director General of SSB, Sashastra Seema Bal, former member of Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, former MD of Gujarat Metro Rail Corporation. So non-judicial seats are all filled up, while judicial seats have been filled up only half. Out of the 4, there are only 2. That is how the government has, at least for now, made the Lokpal. Now, let's start with the appointment process. How does the appointment happen? The appointment obviously will be by the President of India on the recommendation of a committee. Who are the committee members? The Prime Minister will be the head of the committee. The committee will also have the Lok Sabha Speaker, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha. This is what we had discussed. In his absence, there would be leader of single largest opposition party. Leader of single largest opposition party. So it depends whether or not leader of opposition is present or not. Then Chief Justice of India, if he is not coming, he will send another Supreme Court judge and one eminent jurist as well. These are the people, 5 people who will form a committee, and these are the ones who will then decide who shall be the Lokpal. They will give a name to the President of India, and the President will appoint the person as a Lokpal. Now, so far, please remember this, so far, we have only had one Lokpal appointment. So we don't know basically how will the process go ahead. But I will tell you about something very interesting. Basically, when the first Lokpal was appointed, when PC Ghosh was appointed, there was one more committee that was made. It was called the Search Committee. Again, please remember, when the first Lokpal was appointed, we actually had one more committee called the Search Committee. What was the Search Committee? So basically what happened was government had appointed a committee to shortlist certain names. They had to shortlist certain names and give it to the selection committee. So they had to shortlist the names and then they would have to give it to the selection committee, and then they would be the one who would then decide who would be the Lokpal. So this search committee is not written in the law. It was just made at the first time when the first Lokpal was to be appointed. Whether government makes such a committee again for the next Lokpal, we don't know. Right now, we only know that the selection committee will exist, but the search committee, will it exist, will it not exist? No one knows for now. That will happen only when the next Lokpal comes into the picture. Those who don't know what is a jurist is a person who has special knowledge in the field of law. He or she is not a lawyer or a judge, but having special knowledge in the field of law. Let me give you an example. So, for example, let's say you are a professor of law, you teach law in universities, or you have done PhD in a subject of law. So you can be a jurist, so you can be called a jurist. Jurist is someone who has a lot of knowledge about law, but is not a judge, is not a lawyer. That is what a jurist is. Now, Lokpal has a term of office of 5 years. 70 years is the retirement age, because obviously when retired judges come in, so they would be obviously over 65. So retirement age here is 70. Then salary, etc., are equivalent to Chief Justice of India, because they would have retired from that post only, most probably. And member salary is equal to the salary of the Supreme Court judges. How is the removal? Same as UPSC members. I had discussed earlier, so I will not going to repeat this again. Same as UPSC members, or if you want, same as CIC. In the first module, we did discuss all the reasons for the removal of CIC. If you want, you can read it from there. As I said, the process remains the same for removal of UPSC members, for CIC, for CVC, for NHRC, National Human Rights Commission. The removal process would remain the same. So you can tally it from there if you really want to, but that is how it works. This is how the Lokpal actually would be removed. Now, coming to the most important part of it, the jurisdiction of Lokpal. In other words, the powers of the Lokpal are over whom? Now, please understand, when this Anna Hazare agitation was going on, when they were demanding a Lokpal, the biggest problem about the Lokpal was about the office of the Prime Minister. The biggest debate was about the office of the Prime Minister. So basically, what happened was that in the Lokpal committee, or in, let's say, the Anna Hazare agitation, the protesters, the activists, they demanded that the government of India should make a law where Lokpal has powers even to investigate the Prime Minister. Again, let me repeat. Anna Hazare and other activists that wanted the Lokpal bill, they wanted a law so that even the Prime Minister of the country can be investigated by the Lokpal. However, government obviously did not want that. No government would want that their Prime Minister can be investigated by someone else. Because for them, obviously, Prime Minister should stay at the top. So there was a compromise. The compromise was, right now, today, as per the Lokpal law, the Prime Minister is subject to investigation by the Lokpal. Lokpal can investigate against the Prime Minister, but only in certain conditions. There are only very few cases under which the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's functions can be investigated by the Lokpal. Again, there are very, very few functions, and we'll discuss those as well. Apart from the Prime Minister, all the ministers are under the Lokpal. When I say under Lokpal, that doesn't mean Lokpal can give them orders. What I mean to say is Lokpal can investigate their orders. All the members of parliament, group A, B, C, D officers. Those who don't know this, when you join a government job, you are in some group. Group A is the highest group. So when you become civil servants, let's say IAS officers or IPS officers, after clearing the UPSC examinations, you become group A officers directly. When you clear exam, let's say you clear the SSC CGL exam. There is an SSC CGL exam. With that, you get group B or some group C post as well. So group A is the highest post. Basically, remember there are some officers called the gazetted officers. You want to take sign of gazetted officer on some certificate so that they can certify. So gazetted officers, they are group A officers, IAS officers, etc. They group B, C, D, all of them are under the jurisdiction of the Lokpal. Then any person who is in charge as a director, secretary of any society, any authority that is made by the central government. So central government has created any body, anyone running that body, running that authority would also come under jurisdiction of the Lokpal. Now, the interesting part about how the Lokpal works is Lokpal's working method is pretty similar to that of the judiciary. Let's take this example. Supreme Court, for example, has 34 judges right now. But these 34 judges together don't listen to a case. Supreme Court has different benches. So there will be 5 judges hearing a case, 7 judges hearing a case in some other room, 3 judges hearing a case in some other room. That is how it works. There are different benches of the Supreme Court. Similar is the case with the Lokpal. It's not that all the members and the chairman of Lokpal will hear the case together. No. They will also form benches to hear different cases. So Lokpal bench will have the chairperson and 2 or more members. So at least 3 members. Every bench should have at least half of the judicial members. So in every bench, judicial members have to be at least half. Non-judicial members cannot be in a majority in any Lokpal bench. If the bench has the chairperson of the Lokpal, he will automatically become the head of the bench. If he is not present, then some other member will have to be the head of the bench. Again, a Lokpal bench can only be headed by a judicial member. A Lokpal bench can only be headed by a judicial member and not a non-judicial member. What are the powers of the Lokpal? They can investigate cases. How? They can ask the CBI to conduct investigations. Now, please listen to this very carefully. Please listen to this very, very carefully. So, basically, what happens is, let's say you register a complaint with the Lokpal, and I'll show you the Lokpal portal also in just a few minutes, how you also can file a complaint to the Lokpal. So let's say you register a complaint with the Lokpal. What does a Lokpal do? Lokpal does not have the police under them. Lokpal will not go around and conduct inquiry. Lokpal will call the CBI. They will ask the CBI to go and conduct this inquiry, to go and take up the investigation and let us know. Now, what happens is, if the CBI has been given a case by the Lokpal, that CBI officer, till the time that the case is going on, is answerable to the Lokpal. Whatever CBI officer has been appointed to the case, has been given the case, that CBI officer will be answerable to the Lokpal. The Lokpal will ask him or her what is the status of the investigation. The CBI officer cannot be transferred without the approval of the Lokpal because the officer is working on the Lokpal case. CBI even has the power to search or seize. Seize means to capture property or to take property under their control in these kind of cases. Lokpal also has its own inquiry wing to conduct inquiry. Lokpal's inquiry wing has powers of a civil court. Now, what do we mean by this? See, whenever you see this statement that this body has powers of a civil court, that body has powers of a civil court, what do you mean? What you mean is they have the powers to issue notice, issue judicial notice. For example, let's say that you get a letter in your house that you have to be present before a Lokpal bench. They are investigating a matter, they want you to be there. If you ignore this and you don't come, then you can be punished. This is called judicial notice. If the judiciary has asked you to come, then you can be punished. There can be fine imposed on you if you don't come. Similar is the power that the Lokpal has. They can issue judicial notice and then you have to apply. They can ask for people to appear as witness. They can ask people to come appear as witness. They can ask people to bring evidences. They can ask people to bring evidences also. All these are powers of a civil court that the Lokpal has. So whenever you see any agency that has the powers of a civil court, this is basically what you say is the power of the civil court. To ask people to come, to appear as a witness, to bring evidences, etc. If you don't apply to that, or if you don't abide by that, you can also be fined. That is how it works. Lokpal even has the power to confiscate asset. Confiscate means again to take into their own control. Proceeds. Proceed means any earning, any money, any receipt, benefit that have been gained through corruption. If the Lokpal thinks you bought a building with black money, if you have bought something with corruption money, they can take it from you. They can even recommend the transfer or suspension of a public servant. This is where you have to understand a big difference. They have the power to recommend. Means at the end of the day, the government decides whether they want to accept this recommendation or not. So let's assume the Lokpal investigated a matter and they thought that a government official is guilty. He or she has taken a bribe. Lokpal may suggest to the government, recommend to the government to take action and to transfer or suspend the official. In that case, it is not necessary that the government will do that. This is just a recommendation, and the government decide whether or not they want to fulfill or they want to accept the recommendation or not. So it is just a recommendation that is given by the Lokpal. The Lokpal cannot forcefully implement their decisions. They have the power to give directions to prevent destruction of record during preliminary inquiry, meaning that if there is an inquiry going on in a matter related to Lokpal, the Lokpal can give an order. Any evidence related to this should not be destroyed. It should be left alone. Once the inquiry is over, only and only then can you do anything to this evidence. Now, how do you file a complaint to the Lokpal? This is an online portal. If you go there, you search for Lokpal online, you will go to this portal. This is a portal which tells you where you can file a complaint, how can you file a complaint. So common citizens like you and me, we also can file a complaint. So this is what the portal says. Against whom can you file a complaint? It says number one, a person who is or has been a prime minister. So please understand, even against ex-prime ministers, ex-ministers, ex-MLAs, MPs, against them also you can file a complaint. It's not that it has to be a present person occupying the office. So, Prime Minister, sitting Prime Minister or ex-Prime Minister, Minister, Member of Parliament, Group ABCD official sitting or they are retired, all of these are covered under this. Now tell me this, let me ask you this question. Let's assume that you want to file a complaint to the Lokpal against the ex-Prime Minister. Can you file a complaint against, let's say, Rajiv Gandhi? What do you think? Or let's assume Rajiv Gandhi is alive and then, or let's take an example of someone who is alive. Let's say H.D. Devegowda. H.D. Devegowda was the Prime Minister. Can you file a complaint against him? He was the Prime Minister, right? Those who are okay, those who are saying no, why are you saying no? Those who are saying no, tell me the reason behind that. Those who are saying no, can you tell me the reason why you're saying no? Those who are saying no, people are saying before 2013, okay? Shalu, H.D. Devegowda was not the president. H.D. Devegowda was the prime minister. No ex post facto law, people are saying. Okay. Okay. I will reveal the answer in just a bit. Give me a few minutes and we'll know the answer. Can you or can you not file a complaint against H.D. Devegowda or against an old prime minister who is still alive? We'll come to know about that. We'll come to know. Don't worry about that. This is where your answer is. Lokpal will not entertain any complaint if the complaint is over 7 years old. That is the answer. Over 7 years old, you cannot file a complaint. So against ex-prime minister, if you have to file a complaint, ex-prime minister, ex-minister, whatever, it has to be maximum 7 years old, not more than that. That is the answer to this. So against H.D. Devegowda, no, you cannot. It is about how old is the complaint? It is 7 years and not more than that. So your answer was no, but no, not because it was 2013 or law came in 2013. No, it was because a 7 year period, that the 7 year period has to be applied. Number one. Second, we are discussing the limitation, the problems with the law. Second problem with the law, no protection to the whistleblower. Now, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by no protection to the whistleblower? See, let's assume you go online today, file a complaint to the Lokpal because you wanted to see how it works. Now, this Lokpal portal is run by the government. The government will get to know, oh, this minister has filed a complaint against our minister. You will get a call from the minister and you will get a call from many other people as well. So you would obviously not want to do that. No one would want to file a complaint against powerful people. No one wants to come in the bad books or good books or bad books, whatever, of powerful people. So when you are the whistleblower means someone who raises the issue of corruption, someone who brings corruption to light. The problem with the Lokpal portal, at least, or the Lokpal law is, as per the law, it doesn't say that your identity will be protected. When we say no protection, basically we means to say identity will not be protected. Identity won't be protected, meaning that the law doesn't say that your name will not be told to anyone. Your name can be told to others, and that is again a big problem. Judiciary is not under the Lokpal jurisdiction. That is also an issue. The Lokpal cannot investigate into the judiciary. Lokpal cannot conduct the inquiry against itself. So if there's a case of Lokpal itself being corrupt, you do not have that option of them conducting an inquiry against themselves. These are some of the limitations because of which Lokpal law may not be as great as many people would have been hoping for. Now, there are a lot of issues about the Lokpal. See, I don't know how many of you remember, most of you would be in school, I'm supposing, when this Anna Hazare agitation had begun. If you remember that, if you have any vague memory of that, the Anna Hazare agitation about 10 years back, when it started, there was so much hope in the minds of common people. Everyone thought that, oh, now we have a Lokpal, everything will be great. Now corruption will go down to zero. Every corrupt person will be in the jail. We will have a very different type of in India. Remember, that was a mood in the public when the Lokpal law was first introduced. But what has happened since then? Since the Lokpal has come into the picture, there is not even one important corruption case that has been handled by them. Not even one. There may be some very few cases here and there, but no big name, no big issue has come up that the Lokpal has decided. It can mean one of the two things. One thing it may mean is there is no corruption in India, we are corrupt free now. But then the corruption perception index says India is 85th. So no corruption may not be true. There may still be corruption. The second reason may be that they just are not doing their job properly. They may just not have any powers that they need to. There are a lot of criticism of Lokpal not being able to perform the job properly for various reasons. As you can see here again, you will see various newspaper articles. Lokpals not being able to prosecute nearly anyone. No important cases worth noticing. Now, what is the issue with that? See, the issue is when you are living in a situation where you have this office created, the Lokpal, with all hopes of people that corruption will now go away, Lokpal will be a Shaktiman, it will be a He-Man, everything will be fine. The point is, you are giving a pretty high salary to people who are in the Lokpal. Government salaries at that position are not cheap. You are giving those salaries, you are giving all these powers, all these facilities, and what is the result? This is the result. The result is that nothing has come up. So again, this becomes a problem, that when you have a situation where you have an office that has not been able to do its job properly, that becomes a big problem. Again, other examples, how they were first appointed in March 2019. So far, just about over 1,000 complaints have been filed to Lokpal. but most of the Lokpal complaints have not really resulted in anything. The Lokpal has not really prosecuted any important official, either from the politics side or from the administration or bureaucracy side. Nothing really has come out of it so far. You all know, or you all at least would have heard this famous name called Ashok Khemka. This is a tweet that he did, and you know why he is famous. And then you read the tweet, and then you would see, oh, that is why he gets transferred very often. So when you are a IAS officer and you have these kind of tweets, it's no wonder that you will get transferred a lot of times. So as you can see here, with CVC, CIC, Lokpal, Lokayuk, corrupt should be shivering. And then obviously these kind of institutions have been put into place hoping that we'll get a better result, but we have not been able to get these results so far. Now coming to the most important topic about Prime Minister being under Lokpal or not. Before that, let me quickly take up a few questions given to me, then we'll discuss the issue of Prime Minister under the Lokpal. Okay. Shiva is saying, is it mandatory that 4 members from judicial background are needed? So Shiva, look at it that way. Out of 8 seats, 4 can be filled by judicial members and 4 can be filled by non-judicial members. So you can say judicial members cannot be more than 4 and non-judicial also cannot be more than 4. Ria is saying, if Prevention of Corruption Act has jurisdiction over government servants and Lokpal also have the jurisdiction over them, then why we have 2 different laws? Ria, this is a problem that we have with a lot of government agencies. That is duplication of work, multiplicity. Lokpal mainly was introduced for higher level officials, ministers, MLAs, MPs, Prime Minister, etc. There is a lot of debate. Why is it that they are doing the same job? And in fact, tomorrow when we read the CVC, you will see the CVC also has similar kind of function, the Central Vigilance Commission. So there is no answer to that. It's just government making too many agencies for similar kind of a job. Then Sriram has a question. If the corruption complaint against HD Devegoda or any other old PM is genuine, then what? Is it as good as dead? No, if the complaint is genuine, go to court. See, courts, etc. are still open. It's not that courts are closed. Don't imagine if the Lokpal is not there, then you can't do anything. Lokpal is for that purpose. If you want, if you still have a complaint, go to the courts. There is no time limit on going to the courts. There's 7-year time limit is for the Lokpal. No one is stopping you from going to the court. Pulkit is saying, is Lokpal eligible for reappointment? Pulkit, no. And see, logically speaking, how can they be reappointed? A Supreme Court judge retires at 65. Then you come to Lokpal, you have 5-year tenure, so already 70. No. Shweta is saying individual private organizations also come under PCA. It is not mentioned. No, Shweta. As I said, private organizations don't come under PCA. I mentioned it in the very beginning. Private organizations are not covered under PCA, Prevention of Corruption Act. Then, let me see other questions. Okay. Ajay saying, if anyone files a case against a member of Lokpal, then nothing. They can't do anything. You have to file a complaint to the police. Then let me see. Yamini, okay, there's a question about who are ABCD group officials. So basically, when you work for the government, there are hierarchy of officials. The top rank official like IAS officers, etc., are group A officials. Officials that come below them in rank, stature, those are group B. Then group C, group D. So these groupings, A, B, C, D, is grouping as per the stature of these officials, the bureaucrats that work. That is group A, group B, group C, group D. Okay. Perfect. Sindhura has a question about 7. So Sindhura, 7-year time period is, let's assume you are complaining about an action taken by a minister today. That, let's say, 21st of June 2023, the minister took an action and you want to file a complaint about this action. You can only file it within 7 years. After 7 years, you will not be able to file the complaint. So complaint against which particular offense are you filing the complaint, that action, that decision, this should not be more than 7 years old. That is the entire idea. Okay, I'll take one more. Shalu is saying, please tell, Lokpal verdict can be challenged in higher court or not. So basically, I'll tell you what happens. Listen to this very carefully. Lokpal conducts an inquiry. After conducting an inquiry, what do? They can't send you to jail. As I told you, what will the Lokpal do? Lokpal will suggest actions to the government. They will suggest suspension or transfer or whatever, and the case will be filed for further investigation, maybe by the court. Can you challenge it? Yes, you can. If you think that the Lokpal investigation is not right, you can challenge it in the court. There's no issue with that. Okay, let's move ahead then. Prime Minister under the Lokpal. Now, as I said, when Anna Hazare agitation was going on, when they were demanding that we want the Lokpal bill, the one big point of contention was whether the Prime Minister should be under the Lokpal or whether the Prime Minister should not be under the Lokpal. That was the entire idea. Basically, there was a kind of a compromise formula that was struck in the final law. So, right now, Prime Minister is under the Lokpal, but only in very few cases. For example, can investigate into Prime Minister only and only in few cases. There are certain cases where Prime Minister's decisions cannot be challenged or cannot be inquired by the Lokpal. I'll tell you what are the cases where the Prime Minister's decision cannot be investigated. The decisions regarding India's international relations, regarding external and internal security of India, regarding public order, atomic energy, and space. Regarding all these things, if the Prime Minister has taken a certain decision, in that case, Lokpal cannot investigate the matter. Second thing, if they decide to start an investigation against the Prime Minister, there are some very strict conditions that have to be followed. Only under those conditions can you have investigation against the Prime Minister. For example, first condition, full bench of the Lokpal has to hear the matter. So all the members together, chairman and all the members, will first come together and decide whether we should inquire the case or not. Listen to this. Even before they start the investigation, they would first have to sit all of them together and decide whether or not we have to take up the investigation. If two-thirds of the total say yes, only then inquiry would be conducted. So even to begin the inquiry, you would have to ensure that at least two-thirds of the members say yes. Even to begin the inquiry, at least two-thirds of the members say yes. Only then you can begin inquiry against the Prime Minister. Second, when you are investigating a case against the Prime Minister at the Lokpal level, it will all be done in camera. Means there will be a camera recording of it so that there is a proof of who is saying what. Also, if the allegations are found to be false, if it was found that whatever charges were imposed, whatever complaints were made against the Prime Minister were all false, in that case, all the records will be removed. There will be no record. People will not be able to know what investigation was going on. So again, investigation will go on against the Prime Minister in front of the camera. Also, if allegations are found to be false, there will be no record available to the public. You cannot file an RTI for it. You cannot say that I want to check what happened there. Now, just like we have the Lokpal at the center level, we have the Lokayukt at the state level. Again, remember, Lokpal at the center, Lokayuktas at the state. You don't have to remember a lot about the Lokayuktas, and I'll tell you why. The reason why you don't have to focus a lot on the Lokayukt is the office of the Lokayukt is different in different states in India. Because some states in India had a Lokayukt even before the Lokpal law. Even before the Lokpal law, they did have the Lokayukt. For example, in Maharashtra, Lokayukt was appointed in 1971 itself. Many states appointed Lokayukt before the law. Remaining states appointed Lokayukt after the law of Lokpal was passed. Different states have given different types of powers to their Lokayukt. Whenever this kind of a law is passed in different states, where different states have given different types of powers, you don't have to remember that for the UPSC exam. You'll have to focus only on the central government organization, because in the state level everyone has different level. You don't have to focus on that. That will not be asked. As you can see here, some states like Assam, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, they have Lokayukt and Up Lokayukt also. Means deputy Lokayukt have also been appointed in some states. While some other states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Punjab, Bihar, Himachal, they only have Lokayukt and not Up Lokayukt. So as I said, it's different for different states. When it is different for different states, you do not have to pay a lot of attention. Appointment process is also slightly different in different states. Appointments are done by governor, that is the same. But on whose recommendation will the governor appoint, that is also different. In most of the states, this is the committee. Again, most of the states, not all the states. And when something is different in different states, you don't really have to focus on that. That is not going to be asked. Their qualifications are also different. Like in Himachal, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Odisha, there are judicial qualifications. Like you have to be a high court judge only. But in other states like Bihar, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, no qualifications are given. So government can appoint anyone. Again, examples to prove how these are different in variations. Tenure is also usually kind of the same. 5 years, 65 years retirement age. But again, it may be different for different states. Nothing is fixed with respect to certain states. The investigation also is different. In some cases, in some states, Lokpal can take action suo motu also. Means Lokayukt, can take action suo motu also in certain states. In most other states, they cannot start investigation by themselves. They would have to wait for a complaint to be filed. So again, different for different states, not the same. What kind of cases can they hear is also different. In some states, they can hear cases of corruption and grievances also. Grievance means a complaint. Complaints such as, sir, I filed the FIR, nothing is happening. Sir, I applied for this license, government is not giving it to me. Sir, this is not happening, that is not happening. This is called grievance. No corruption. Corruption means I gave the money, that person took the money, bribe, etc. Grievance means I am waiting for a long time, nothing is happening. So in some states, Lokayukt can look into grievances also. But in some other states, Lokayukt will only look into corruption and not grievances. If you are preparing for a state government exam, if you are preparing for your state PCS exam, then you can go ahead and remember about your specific state. Your specific state Lokayukt, how does that work? But for UPSC exam, I would not suggest you that you have to focus on the state government. Now, I wanted to share with you a few very interesting incidents of Lokayukt so that you can understand how Lokayuktas are different in different states. There are one or two examples that I'll give you, pretty interesting examples of Lokayuktas and how they are different. First example I want to give you is of Kerala. Now, Kerala has had a history of Lokayukt for a long time. In Kerala, the Kerala government wanted to set an example to the entire country about how strong the Lokayukt can be. So government of Kerala, when they made the law of Lokayukt, they gave the Lokayukt the power to even dismiss government officials. They gave the Lokayukt the power to even dismiss the government officials. Meaning that Lokayukt in Kerala, if they find a government official guilty, they will not recommend to the government, they will themselves dismiss the official. The official themselves will be dismissed from the job. This is Kerala's Lokayukt. Now what happened? The government thought it's very good. We are setting an example. But it is very good only when you are not caught in this. So a few years back, Kerala's Lokayukt started investigating a case against a sitting minister. He started investigating a case against a sitting minister. As a result of this, April 2021, when the investigation was going on, Higher Education Minister of Kerala resigned. Why? Because he was found guilty by the Lokayukt. So just imagine, the Lokayukt was investigating the case, and the Higher Education Minister himself resigned, saying that, okay, I am going. Now what happened? Lokayukt said, now is the turn of the Chief Minister. Now I will be investigating a case against the Chief Minister. Now the Chief Minister did not really like it, because one of his colleagues had to resign because he was found guilty. Chief Minister thought, now the Lokayukt is coming after me. So what did the Chief Minister do? Chief Minister and his government introduced an ordinance to take away this power of the Lokayukt. They introduced the ordinance saying, no, 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 we can't do this. Why? They said, Kerala government said, that Lokayukta's power are against the constitution. Why? They said that governor has the power to dismiss ministers and not the Lokayukt. So this is unconstitutional. But guess what? Who made this law? The same government had made this law. So this is a unique case of a government who made the law now saying themselves that the law is unconstitutional, because now they are being stuck to it and now they are being held accountable, and now they are introducing the ordinance so that they can be safeguarded. They were able to finally introduce the ordinance. CM is safe, don't worry about that. Other ministers are also safe. But again, an example of how Lokayuktas are different in different states. Some states have a very powerful Lokayukt, as Kerala used to have, not right now, but other states have a different Lokayukt. Then there is also an issue that most states in India have not even appointed a Lokayukt for a long, long time. In 2018, the Supreme Court said states such as Jammu Kashmir, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, etc. have not appointed any Lokayukt or Up Lokayukt or Deputy Lokayukt. The Supreme Court asked them to appoint a Lokayukt as soon as possible. I'll give you one more example. An example of Uttar Pradesh. So what happened with Uttar Pradesh? Uttar Pradesh had a Lokayukt, no issues with that. The problem was the government of Uttar Pradesh liked their Lokayukt so much that they never changed him. 5 years completed, 6 years completed, tenure got over. They never changed him because the government liked their Lokayukt so much, because he was working with the government. Government thought we will not change him. PILs were filed in the Supreme Court. Why are you not changing it? Supreme Court asked the government of UP to change it. They did not pay any attention. Supreme Court became so angry that in a few years back, 2021, Supreme Court itself appointed a new Lokayukt in UP. They said that, okay, if you are not doing it, we will appoint a new Lokayukt for you. This is an extraordinary power of Supreme Court under Article 142, because see, as per the law, who appoints the Lokayukt? The power of appointing the Lokayukt is with the governor of the state, not the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court did that. Why? Because they said this will bring complete justice in the society. So on one hand, we have states that are just not ready to appoint a Lokayukt. On the other hand, we have states that are not ready to leave their Lokayukt. Then we have a state such as Kerala that made such a powerful Lokayukt that got backfired to them. So we have all these sorts of interesting examples of Lokayukt. But unfortunately, you don't have to remember a lot of them, because Lokayukt questions are not really asked. Lokpal is more important as compared to Lokayukt. So I will not really advise you to go there. Okay. This brings us to the end of the class. I have 3 questions for you. We'll do these practice questions. After that, I'll take your doubts. Okay. Let's start with this. This is your first question. Pretty easy, straightforward. Read it carefully. Let me know once you have read this. Abatement means supporting. Abatement means when you support something. Okay, your time starts now. And the time is up. Half of you, 50% answer the question correctly. This is C. Both of these are correct. Under the law, there is penalty for those who take or who indulge in corruption, and even those who are helping in corruption, even those who are supporting it. So if you are not a government servant but you are supporting the government servant in corruption, then you will also be charged. Second is also true. Bribe taking and public servants who are forcing them to give a bribe, all of them, bribe taking, bribe giving, both of these will be punished under the law. Next, slightly tricky, not that, but slightly tricky. Let's see if we can answer this about the Lokpal. Nitesh, you are assuming an assumption, an exception. Did the question mention that? The question did not mention an exception. Read this carefully. Let me know once you have read this. Done? Okay, your time starts now. And your time is up. Oh, only 21% people answered this correctly. This is actually C. All these three actually are correct. All these three are correct. First, the term Lokpal, Lokayukt were coined by Dr. L.M. Singhvi. This is actually correct. Uh, L.M. Singhvi was a Congress leader. I don't know if you have heard of him. Have you heard of Abhishek Manu Singhvi? Abhishek Manu Singhvi is a famous Supreme Court lawyer. He's a Congress member now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. His father was Dr. L.M. Singhvi. So L.M. Singhvi, father of Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is right now in the Congress, a famous Congress leader. His father was also in the Congress in 1960s. He coined the term. He was the first one who coined the term. Second, it is a statutory body and no constitutional status. Yes, it is a statutory body. It is a parliament who has passed the law, the Lokayukt, the Lokpal Act. The third one, Lokayukt does not have jurisdiction over ministers or MPs in the matter of anything said in the parliament or a vote given there. Yes, this is also true. This is also true. The Lokpal cannot have any investigation into whatever the members of parliament say within the house or how they vote. That is beyond the jurisdiction of the Lokpal. All these three are true. The answer is C. I see some people having a question about Ashok Kumar Sen joining or coining the term. No. See, listen to this very carefully. I'll take you back. Let me take you back to a few slides so that you can understand this. Just give me a moment. Um, yeah. So if you refer to this, what does the statement says? It was first proposed by him. Means he was the first person to propose we should have a law about the Lokpal. The question was who coined the term Lokpal, that the office should be called the word Lokpal. That was L.M. Singhvi. There's a difference between the two. Ashok Kumar Sen first had the idea that we should have an office. Earlier, it was just called ombudsman. Earlier, it was just ombudsman, a generic word that is used for anyone who's fighting against corruption. The word Lokpal, that this should be called the Lokpal, was first coined by L.M. Singhvi. Let's go back then. Uh, Guys, this last question doesn't have options. Read this question. The options are the last one only. Read the question first, or I'll switch off my camera also so that you can see. The options are 1, only one statement is correct. Option B is only two statements are correct. Option C is all three statements are correct. And option 4, none is correct. Okay, I'll switch off my camera. You can read it. Read this. Let me know once you have read this. The options are written in front of you. Then I'll start your timer. Done? Take 10 more seconds. Read it. It's a long question. Okay, I think this is enough time. Let me start the timer. I'll keep my camera off so that you can keep reading it if you want. I'll start the timer. The options are right here in front of you, okay? Timer has begun. And your time is up. 28% people answered the question correctly. This is again C. All these are correct. All these are correct. Let's look at the first statement. I had told you commercial organizations now giving a bribe will be punished. That was a part of 2018 amendment. However, what I did not tell you is this part. Charitable institutions are still not covered under this. So charitable institutions can still not be charged under this. Second is also true. As we discussed, the 7-day time period has been given to you. You will not be punished if there's a 7-day time period and you are giving a bribe. Third one is also true. Remember, I had told you in this part that even the retired government officials are covered, but for them also, for their prosecution also, you would have to ask the prior permission for the government. Without the prior permission, you cannot go about. All these things are a part of the Prevention of Corruption Act. Sachin, proposing a shield, it's not a loophole. Proposing a shield, the government passes a law not to say it's a loophole. It becomes a loophole over time, depends on how the people actually use it. Perfect. This brings us to the end of the class. Let me show you the leaderboard and then I'll take a few of your questions as well and then we'll come up. Let's see what the leaderboard is like today. Here is leaderboard in front of you. A few tricky questions. 6 people who answered all the 3 questions correctly. Keethna, Ganesh, Rishav, Chaitanya, Priyanka, and Srishti. Good job, guys. Today brings us to the end of the class. I have a few minutes to go, so I'll answer some of your questions. You can still ask your question to SME after that. If you are leaving in that case, please make sure you join us tomorrow right on time. Also, reminding you in case any of your classes have been left, in case you could not watch any part of the class live, please do see the recorded version. This is for your help only. Okay. Ajay has a question. Does Lokpal take corruption like Adani Hindenburg report? I'm not sure what corruption Adani Hindenburg report is referring to. If they are referring to corruption by the government, you can file a complaint to Lokpal in an online portal. Let's see. Payal is saying, does lawyers and judges take bribe? If they took bribe, Payal, people will know about it. If there is no proof, then you have to say they don't take bribe. As simple as that. The person who, if someone takes a bribe, then he or she is in prison. If the people are out, then obviously they are not taking a bribe, at least for now. Shweta saying Lokpal appointed to investigate in charge against highest official. It is appointed by them also. Shweta, this is the problem with the government because if not the government, then who will appoint? You cannot have the people choosing the Lokpal by election. That also becomes a problem, right? I know this is a loophole, but every government appointment ultimately has to be done by the government only. Then I have, okay, so Ajay has a question. Does Lokpal take corruption case in Rafale? I don't know which corruption was in Rafale. If you think there was a corruption case, go and file a complaint with the Lokpal. No one's stopping you. It won't even take 10 rupees. So maybe you can do that. Then Ganesh is saying time period of 7 years means after the offense has happened. Yes, Ganesh. From the date that the offense has happened, within 7 years, if the complaint is filed, it will be investigated, not after that. Vinayak is saying in third question, PCA 1988 is mentioned. How is option 1 correct? See, when you say an amendment has happened, what is an amendment? An amendment is a change in the law. So, what is the current law? The current law is all of these. If the question would have been, what was the original law? Then maybe it would have been wrong. But when amendment has happened, that means now it is a part of the law. So, you can't take the amendment as separate. Okay. Snelata is saying in the PPT it is mentioned judiciary is under the Lokpal. No, when it is mentioned. Snelata, no, I'm not sure where is it mentioned the judiciary under Lokpal. Can you tell me the slide number? Maybe I can go back to that. I'm not sure where you read judiciary under Lokpal. Then I have a question from Anupam. In option 1 of last question, does it cover under PCA 1988 that term giving bribe? Yes, it is. We did discuss about the changes in the PCA that were done in 2018, right? This also covers this commercial organizations giving bribe. We did cover this. If you go back to the PPT, you will see that. Then I have a question from Gonamai. What if the enforcement agencies do not respond within 7 days despite being approached? At least you will have a proof that you got to them. You will have a proof. So, for example, when you submit an FIR, you get a copy of the FIR. So at least when you go, if you have a written proof, then you can show that I went to the agencies. Hopefully that situation doesn't come. But in that case, you will have the proof. Pankaj is saying if an officer invites, if as an officer, if politician invites the officer to his family function, is it equivalent to bribe? Not really. You will have to go somewhere, right? So this is not equivalent to bribe. But again, the courts decide what is a bribe, what is not a bribe. So I standing here can tell you it is not a bribe, but the court may say tomorrow it is a bribe. For now, it is not. Shalu is saying, but my question is private company is not included in the act. Shalu, remember just 20 minutes back, 1 hour back, we did discuss the changes in the law. One of the changes, I'll just show you the slide also if you want. One of the changes in the law that we had talked about was that now even the commercial bribe giving is a part of it. I'll just show you here. See here, corporate bribery criminalized. I just showed you this. That is what the question was. Simple. Perfect. So this brings us to the end of the class from my end. We still have the SME here for you to answer your questions. Make sure that you join in right on time tomorrow, 6 a.m., where we will be starting module number 4. Thank you so much for joining in. Have a good day ahead. Bye-bye. Jai Hind.